Alright, good evening everyone, Z here, and welcome back to Destiny 2, and now we have the official release of the final shape. So, it's going to be a bit slow for a second, but let's see about... Down just a tad. Here, so. Oh, not again. Oh, I don't want this to happen.
What's happening?
No, servers. Like, oh no. I was already hearing that they were having some problems with the servers. That people are already so many people are on the servers right now. Playing Final Shape already. But I was gonna talk for a bit, so for the sudden announcement of Like a Dragon Yakuza series that's gonna be happening on Netflix, or not Netflix, but Amazon, randomly. Like, I was kind of surprised that they were gonna actually do a show for once.
Yeah, that's one of those things that when you talk about it, you're like, oh, a Yakuza show would be pretty cool, but when I think about it, I don't know how they're gonna pull it off. Because it's very hard to balance that tone of, like, down-to-earth drama.
Where then you get, like, serious, like, with the action. Like...
Well, then you also have, like, the wackiness.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, I don't know how you, like...
It would work if you just focus on the drama and, like, leave most of the wackiness to Majima.
And that's the thing, I just don't know how I'm gonna feel about it, like... And here's the one thing I feel like they're gonna just do. They're just gonna adapt one. Like, Kiwami, in general, so far.
Or they could do Zero.
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Like, I wish that would be the case, but I don't know how I would feel if that would... Because I know it's the main entry, like, everybody's, well, majority's entry point of the series is Zero, but the real drama starts with 1. Like, where the series would start off with, so... Like, I have the feeling that's what they're gonna lead into, is just adapt Kiwami. And I've already heard it's mostly gonna be Japanese, but it'll be translated into 30 languages. So that's into eternity. Like, we've tried to follow the witness make or break there. Like, if you're up to reading subtext, that's fine. Like, I had no problems with it so
Vanguard
far.
Scout Crow wished his way inside.
I need to grab a screenshot of this
Causal
before.
bond he shares with his twin sister will guide us safely through. Now, our leaders prepare a strike
Oh,
force
then I gotta
the
do
traveler to confront the witness.
the one
That's
thing I
our
was
goal,
gonna grab.
the tip of the spear. Every battle we've fought has brought us to here and now. It's time.
For the final shape, yes. But, and the one thing about it, I would hope it would be successful like Fallout. But I'm just.
Oh, it's not gonna be nearly as good as
Oh no, it's not.
or successful as Fallout.
Oh no, it's not. That's the thing. I just. Do I have a title? Oh no, this might be a. Ooh, come on. Oh, increase my chance of Eyes of Tomorrow. Okay. They changed a whole lot. Oh no, this is gonna be I might be just stuck in orbit. Not be able to do anything. Thank you, Bungie, and yet this is why I'm not big of their servers. Power. Oh. Let's see what's in this. Red Death. You get that as a seasonal? Are you serious? I haven't seen that weapon in a while. And that's a seasonal? Act 2. Wow. You're surprising me, Bungie. Giving me a free exotic again. That I've already known about in D1. But I can talk about, since now I'm done with both Stellar Blade and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth finally. There's a thing I noticed in Rebirth at the end. I'm kind of surprised they kind of omit. I think you could tell what I'm going to be nitpicking here.
I have an idea.
You know when, well, full spoilers for people who are going to be joining into this live stream or VOD. We are going to be talking spoilers of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so you are warned.
And probably Stellar Blade.
Yes, Stellar Blade as well, so... The aftermath of Aerith's death here. Why did they show Aerith in the water?
Yep. That's what I thought you were gonna say.
That's a weird omission. That's a very famous scene. And they omit it?
Yeah, the way they decided to change Aerith's death, it leaves a lot more uncertainty because it seems like there's two Aeriths. You know, because the one that died had the white materia, and the one that was in Zack's timeline. Wait. No, wait, I'm wrong. Wait, where did she get it then? Because I remember at Johnny's inn, she said that the materia was supposed to be white, but it was clear. I remember that scene.
That's the weird thing. I don't like
because in one timeline, Cloud does save Aerith or World or whatever. And you do have to take it that way because when you're fighting Sephiroth at the end, there's different times where you're controlling other members of the party and fighting different sections of Sephiroth. Those are all in different worlds.
Yeah, worlds, realities. Yeah. That's a very strange omission, like, because you would feel more emotion, like hence one, you see everyone, like, was it at the, not shoreline, but the edge of the altar, where it's like, oh, Aerith's dead, how are we gonna bury her? Because original Final Fantasy fans, or Final Fantasy VII fans, they're gonna know about that. They put her, Cloud puts her in the water.
Yeah, which right now Cloud still thinks Aerith is alive in some capacity. He's kind of lost it. And I know he kind of does in the original, and that's when Tifa becomes the new party member. But, like, I have no idea what's going through his head.
I know what it is, because it would spoil maybe what the real deal's gonna be. Since I am in spoiler mode.
Don't tell me something that you think is going to be like a major plot point in part 3.
Okay, maybe not, because it is something to deal with Cloud's mind. I will give an inkling of what that mindset is.
You mean like connected to his memories of Nibelheim?
Somewhat, yes. But there's also parts of Crisis Core.
Yeah, I really need to get that game on sale.
There's some parts of Crisis Core that you'd probably understand
The traveler came to the soul system.
what happens in the aftermath of Crisis Core.
They explored, they built, they thrived. Until the
Because you're kind of seeing... I've already seen the differences in Crisis Core and Rebirth. Like, oh, yeah. There's a big difference.
Saved humanity, creating us. With the traveler's light,
especially perspective-wise.
From the forces of darkness.
Yeah, but some of the things that happen after beating Sephiroth, it's pretty hard to predict. because it's just so out there.
Well,
Like I've even seen a couple videos,
shaking our faith.
and they're like, "Well, if you thought the end of the first game was confusing, oh, Nomura really outdid himself this time."
Just as our enemies learned to wield the light, we found a way.
Like I was like in genuine shock when I saw Cloud put the black materia into his Buster Sword.
Responsible for humanity's collapse. The witness.
like I won't say much else would be part in part 3 because there's a lot. Like,
Perfected in the name of
but
salvation.
the thing I'm really hoping for,
Everything calcified.
we get to see Wu Tai, which is a big part of or I should say, I want a big thing I want to see
And every attempt
in
has
3.
failed.
Because we know of Wu Tai, we know there are things happening in Wu Tai.
Vanguard Scout Crow wished his way.
So
Yeah,
we
that and Yuffie did almost nothing in Rebirth.
Shared with his twin sister.
It's
At
like,
least her story was practically nothing. Like, she seems like she's starting to like turn a corner after she saw the Mutaians dead at the Nibelheim reactor, but that was pretty much it. The rest of it was comedic relief, pretty much.
We fought.
same thing could go with Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent pretty much just leaves an escape route at the Temple of the Ancients. That's it. But at least he came into the party pretty late. I'll give him that.
I will say one thing I'm sorely disappointed with. Are you serious? Okay, I'm just might as well just be in Destiny mode and just be in orbit, I guess, because everybody's in the server. That's gonna be unfortunate. I was really hoping to play the campaign, but no. But, Sid. Sid just takes a really big backseat in this one. And that really sucks.
Now, I understand why they didn't add more characters. You know, that would have messed up. I mean, like, playable combat characters. That would have
yeah.
messed up the balance.
But Sid
And
Sid,
you gotta leave something for part 3, obviously.
I get it, but it feels like Sid, like, I really would like to see. It's unfortunate Sid's only connection is just Aerith. And that's it. Because you're seeing that he had a connection to her mother, and that, like, he had some kind of relationship, not like a real relationship, but like a friendly sort of relationship with her mother, and after that, nothing. Like, he just basically is like the bus driver. It takes everyone to a new location once you get to Tiny Bronco in Seafair mode. That's it. And that's kind of a little bit disappointing, to be honest. Is that Chun-Li? Are you serious? No. I was gonna see. let's see, what else do region-wise, I was thinking about what is your favorite region?
To explore?
Like, just in general, like, interact with. Just,
It's either Junon or Corel.
you know,
Corel is interesting because, at first you have the tropical beach setting, and then
say this. There's, like, literally 4 sections of, or technically 5 in the Corel region. You have Costa de la Sol. You have the saucer / underground prison area.
yeah, they call Corel Prison.
You have Mount Corel,
Mm-hmm.
and you have like you said, the desert almost.
Yeah, I mean that section is like 6
Huge.
chapters.
Yeah, that's like it's huge compared to like any other chapter. Like honestly, that's probably like one of my favorite areas. Like you get to interact with, you get to explore more, quite a bit compared to like Judon in a sense. Like the one I feel like it's annoying and a bit disappointing would be Gungaga.
No one likes Gongaga. That is the only map that I have any major issue with. I mean, um, Cosmo Canyon has some areas that are a bit annoying where you need the updrafts
Yeah,
in like
it is.
specific areas, but that's about it.
Like, I'm not gonna complain too much of the Nebel region as much. Like, I don't mind gliding on the water with the Chocobo as much, but I don't really care for the flying aspect of the Cosmo Canyon region as much either.
Some areas are fine. It's just when I get lost and frustrated, and it's like you have to take this way and go up here, then
Gunga pretty much with its mushrooms.
mushrooms, and there are vines that you like need to go across one specific way. There's too many, like, not only mission wise, but like some of the towers, there's only one way in and one way out. And trying to figure it out is just
The shrines
annoying.
the shrines and what was it? I'm trying to think of the other thing. The trials were such a pain because you have to traverse.
Oh yeah. I remember one of the trials. Like you have to. I had to look it up. You had to go from one specific checkpoint, and it's sometimes like figuring out if something you think something is like
Straightforward.
above ground or above ground. Like there's a shrine in Corel. I thought I had to find a way up top, but turns out it's through a cave. And there's something else like that in Gongaga, like on the way to one of the last trials.
Okay, here's the one thing I was thinking about was the Turk trials. You thought that was straight through the
airfield, right?
Yeah.
I was so confused. I was like, am I just not the right level for this? I kept coming back there like hours after hours after hours. I was like, why can't I get through this? I can't find a switch. I can't find a path in.
Exactly. You had to go the back way around it.
It's unbelievably just
stupid. Like, whoever fought.
Misleading. It's
Yeah,
misleading.
But there's some things in Final Fantasy, like in Rebirth, that are just annoying with, and then, like, and don't get me wrong, like, I don't mind most of the mini games, but it feels like there's so much.
I
Like,
know, but most of them are optional.
I know, and so here's the thing that surprised me the most, like, or would say one of them was the Queen's Blood. That was really a bad side mission because it was actually or optional activity because it actually gave you a sense of like a background of what the game was or
And
is.
it doesn't hurt that the game was really fun. Like I know at a certain point you could become just broken at how good your cards are, but when you're actually in a fierce competition, it's really, really fun. I love the strategy of it. It's probably the best Final Fantasy mini game I've ever played.
I doubt that the game would return since technically you're kind of done and over with.
Nah, they're probably gonna come up with something else for the
Well,
third game. I wonder if they're gonna are they gonna go away from the golden saucer for the third game and they're gonna
I
just do something else
don't.
entirely? Because I think they already used everything they could with the golden saucer.
I know, and that's the thing. Like, you're kind of going back and forth around the whole, whole world essentially. Like, I know, like, you're
But
actually going to the northern continent, at least in the third game. Finally, like
yeah,
you know that continent that's just all clouded up in the northern part. You're finally going into that part.
yeah, I knew we were going north.
And then
And
I think there's going to be some parts of the story that we're actually going into the Wutai area too. Like, and that's going to be a big thing though too. So finally, I just hope that it has more like, how can I say this? Not just. I think in the original game, like in Costa de la Sol, it wasn't really a big town in the game. Like, it did look like it, like a big area, but they expanded it much more where it was a tropical, like, tourist attraction. And I think they did the exact same, and it's a tourism area in Wutai, I think, before the whole breakout of the war. If I'm in conflict with Shinra. It was a. I'm really hoping it would be, and I think Crisis Core touched on it too. You do go into Wutai. It's kind of like Chinese architecture in a
I
sense.
mean, when you have a name like Wu Tai and they're ninjas from there, yeah, it makes me think Chinese or Asian.
Hmm. I think they touched on in Crisis Core. It's pretty early in the game that you go into Wutai. It's not. You do get that Asian architecture in Wutai. I
Well, when you go on a date with Yuffie in Chapter 12, she'll tell Cloud how she had an interaction with someone who sounds very much like Zack.
and yet it still feels weird. Like, I think I've read or listened to some videos about this that Zach's kind of the weird, odd entity. Like, he's the one almost breaking the rules, almost, of the franchise. It feels like. Because now where we're at in the final, like, from the final chapter, it feels like he's still alive. Where, spoiler alert for Crisis Core, he's dead.
I figured that. Well, I heard like, well, yeah, he was supposed to die in that shootout, but
Yes, very, like, he was supposed to die right outside of Midgar.
but in the final chapter, when everything is completely white, that's supposed to be like the life stream or the afterlife.
Mm-hmm. It's weird, like, some people are, like, saying, like, he's breaking all of the rules because he's willing to do so. Like, it just feels so weird that the same thing with Aerith there too. Like, those two are just like not necessarily odd ducks. They just feel like they are just breaking all sorts of natural rules. Like, you're seeing her as a ghost in one part, but you're also seeing her that she's still alive in one timeline. It's just it's like, why the more why the I and I've heard some people say like he's really trying to make it more interesting, just as like Kingdom Hearts is, like story wise. Like, you know how over convoluted Kingdom Hearts is.
Mm-hmm.
Just about the exact same pacing. Like, it feels like you're using a lot of homework. Like, for me, this instance, I'm still using Crisis Core. I'm still using, like, Dirge of Cerberus for some parts of the game. And then some parts of the original game. Which I barely only really touched the Midgar section. Not outside of Midgar, unfortunately. And some people are saying like they want to tie it up into Advent Children. Like, by part 3, we're wrapping this up by Advent Children.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Like, if there was one thing I would really hope part 3 would do, and it's kind of stupid that they didn't do it, because we're seeing different outfits for this. Why couldn't we have Advent Children outfits? Like, seriously.
Well, there
Like,
weren't very many outfits.
there's not, but, like, by the end of the game, and you have the option to do this, is that you could go to the Chocobo ranches now, and you could be able to change.
I know, I know. For a lot of my post game and like leveling up or whatever, I would have Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith in their Shinra costumes. And of course, put Barrett in the sailor outfit.
Just for shits and giggles.
He looks fantastic.
It's like all white and muscular. It's like, I really dig this uniform. It's so funny that he goes along with it because that's the only thing he fits in it. And when you get to Costa de la Sol, he's like, I'm getting used to this.
He's like, I like this.
It's so funny for him to just like to be 180 for him like that. It's so funny for him. But I feel like that's like Crisis Core. Damn it. Right, Rebirth is gonna be in my top 5, like top 3 for sure.
Oh, I'd be absolutely shocked if it wasn't number 1.
I kind of want to give weight on that by the end of the year since we still have to wait for the second half of the year.
Yeah, but what from the second half is going to beat that for me? I can't think of anything. I'm pretty sure Astro Bot.
Silent Hill 2 remake. The wait and see if.
Even if I like it, I don't think I'm gonna like it like 9.5.
Oh no, no.
Rebirth.
Oh no, because Rebirth is definitely like a 9, like definitely a 9 out of 10.
Complicatedness.
Overcomplicatedness and how overly stuffed the game is.
I honestly don't feel that.
Like, I mean, sure, you're getting your time out of it for sure for, like...
Yeah, but, like, I finished the game and did, let's say, 70% of the open world stuff at 85 hours, which is that's a pretty common time for most people. And I finished all the map stuff, some of the mini games, all the proto relics, got to max level and beat Gilgamesh at 120 hours.
And you know I cheated.
Actually,
you know I... to do that.
The map really isn't that bad.
No. It's not. It's more like how much stuff that you could interact with it. I feel like, oh boy.
Oh, well, I like 90% of the mini games. And
side quests, on the other hand.
It didn't feel bloated to me. And like I said before, the game does respect your time.
Oh, yeah. Some parts of it, yes. Some majority of it, no.
You didn't like the majority of the mini games?
Okay, let's just say I'm not a big fan of... I don't like racing. No. Just big no. And I'll say this as a Guitar Hero player, the piano. Ooh.
I'm good at rhythm games, so I didn't have too much problem with the piano.
I cannot do rhythm anymore. I used to, but I have gotten so burnt out over the years of rhythm games, I'm just like, nope. I don't want to do it.
Well, I like doing the Tifa and Aerith theme, but Red's theme, 2 legs, nothing to it. Getting an A rank on that one was so hard. When I did it by 20 points. If I would have gotten one more note wrong, I would have had to do it again.
And
I was like,
this is
oh
why I'm
my
not a
god, thank the Lord.
And this
And
is
thank
why I'm not
goodness.
crazy with rhythm games, because one missed note or say like over
And
half the song that you screw up, just like nope.
and thank goodness I didn't have to get A ranks on Let the Battles Begin. And when you get every treasure for Johnny's Inn, you unlock the sheet music for One Winged Angel.
Oh no.
I tried it once. Holy crap. That's a lot of notes. I did
You think?
really, really bad.
Yeah,
The
you don't.
problem, like, the problem is the focus. Like, the slower ones isn't that bad, and you like hit the left and right stick at the
It's
same
when
time.
you feel like you're in battle section of the sheet music. Well,
It's when they're starting to rapidly do both sides at the same time. I can't focus my eyes on both at the same time and pay attention to the timing. I just, my mind completely just gives up then.
I can tell you from that, I'm just like triplet, 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 triplet.
Anyway, most people are not a big fan of like Cactuar Crush. I don't mind the easier
Yeah,
difficulties of it.
But when you're doing Aerith, yeah, not so much.
Well, I had to learn how to do Aerith. It took some trial and error.
Yeah, trial. The big quote here is trial and error. See, and this is where the problem lies, is where Aerith is mostly your magic user, where Yuffie, most of the time, is your melee and, like, projectile, like, ninjutsu dealer.
Well, with Aerith, you have to switch polarities constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to realize that one of those Cactuars was not weak to magic. You have to get out of the bubble
And deal
and hit
physical.
it with her staff.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, once I figured that out, it started to get better. Also, I learned something doing it with Yuffie. There's two different kinds of windstorm. If you throw your ninjutsu, it does elemental damage, and if you don't throw it, it does physical.
You know, it's sort of funny that I was, by the end of the game, I was switching up weapons so much, so just to do proficiency. So much.
I told you to do... It's... Whenever you get a new weapon, you just switch to it and do that move.
Oh, I know, I did.
5-10 times, and you get it within like 10 minutes, so you don't have to do that when you actually need the skills.
You know, it's funny. When I got the Slipstream Blade, I really dug the counter stance for him. Really.
Oh yeah, it was in Remake too.
I seriously don't remember.
Yeah, it's the last skill you get for Cloud in Remake.
Of course, it's gonna have problems. I think the one problem I was gonna have, and I knew I was gonna, was try to get the level 3 limit breaks. I know.
Yeah, I completely just gave up on putting points into like the quick casts for those. And yeah, when I got to Sephiroth, I was struggling a bit, so I completely respect all my party members to get them the level 3 limit break. It didn't really help very much.
Yeah.
And I had to learn you need to keep doing synergy moves to level up your limit break. I didn't even learn that until like way after endgame.
And see, that's the one thing, like, I kept using synergy levels when I had the choice to do it.
There's something I noticed. I saw you have extra limit breaks, and you kept picking the weakest one, and I have no idea why.
Ascension, does it... It's like here. Nope. I didn't really have much for any of the other party members, though, like, other than, like, Barrett, which obviously gives you, like, the laser, obviously. I didn't really see much for Tifa.
Oh, you got the satellite beam. That one's fantastic for stagger. Tifa's is nuts. She kicks a meteor.
Of course. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Punchy. Of course. Launch day doesn't work, folks. Should have tried it on next week.
I can't remember what Clouds was.
Well, it's not like Octoslap, or not Octoslap.
No.
Oh, what was it? Omnislash. It's not Omnislash, because I don't think he ever gets that until, like, the actual end of the game. When you face Sephiroth. I know that for certain.
I'm pretty sure Yuffie makes, like, a typhoon or a tornado or something.
Now, here's my one complaint. Like, I feel like there are pretty good uses. Like, I have bad control, or I should say, I didn't really like either Red or freaking Kate Sith. And Kate Sith is probably the worst party member I've had to deal with.
I'll agree with Kate Sith. It's very, very luck-based. I will say Kate Sith has, the Moogle Punch is very, very good for getting that, multiplier up, you know, when they're staggered. Kind of like what Tifa can do. Yeah, definitely. See, the thing is, when I was in Endgame, I didn't even have Kate Siths.
I know, and that's the problem with, like...
So I wouldn't use them that much until I had to.
I know, like, and we were talking about this, folks, off screen. We really hate when he does the Kate, or I should say, the Kate and Abel fight. That sucked.
It's yin and yang.
Or yang and yang, yeah. Yang and yang sucked. With
And
Kate Sith.
That fight specifically, it feels like a terrible matchup for Kate Sith. I had to completely bullshit myself to do it on hard mode. It was miserable on hard mode. I probably should have just looked up a video. I wasted so much MP on that fight. I had like 0 left for the other 2 fights.
We could know.
Like, I know Yin. I think Yang is
physical, and then Yang.
No. Yang is magic, and I think it's more weak to physical, and vice versa. But Yin, the physical one, his attacks are really hard to dodge, and it does a lot of damage. I would lose to him constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I could never stagger him fast enough. But I'm talking about hard mode.
And the same thing could go with the Adjudicator mini-boss fight, too. And that sucked, too.
Who's that? Is that the guy with the big blade?
No. This is still
it's
the scales.
That's not a boss fight.
But
yeah, that's right before Yin and Yang too.
And that sucked because he essentially acts as like a mini boss for Kate Sith, and it sucked because, especially when you have to deal lightning on him and you barely have enough MP to use.
Yeah.
That part of the fight, especially when you have to do 2 of them.
Yeah, and you have to do 2. You can't go past there.
It just.
Yeah, I probably died like at least 5 times there, and then I died at least 10 times on Yin and Yang, if not more on both.
That part of the Shinra Manor sucked.
And I was
Oh,
pretty bad on Gina Talk on both difficulties.
I've turned.
It's at the end of the Veil, right before you run into Red's dad and Stone.
Oh. I mean, some parts of that, like, especially with Red, I know you cheat. I cheated with Barrett when you're with. But man, getting to talk, oh boy, you had a great pressure on him fast. When you,
And you have no idea like how panic-inducing seeing that timer come up when you're struggling on hard mode.
oh boy, yeah, you don't want to know how. Like, you could get away with some things. Like I've even surprised myself with that when I did that fight at times. Whew. Especially like some of the fights by the end game, just like I was actually kind of surprised I cheated myself. I know I cheated, but especially with Gilgamesh, that fight I cheated on, even though I just wanted to get it out of my way.
They definitely noticed the Rufus fight from Remake was too easy, so they made it much harder.
Oh yes, they did.
In Remake, all you have to do is wait until you get a limit break and you win.
This, however,
that's
not so much.
Yeah, limit break won't even do like 10-20% damage now.
Nope. Yeah, like, nope. You have to create pressure for him, otherwise, like, he'll just counter you every single time. It's like, and that's probably the toughest part by endgame. Is like your second trip of the Golden Saucer. It's like, ugh. Well, and now you see why I dreaded that part. Some people in the comments say, now you see why I dreaded, by the end of the game, I dreaded that part.
Oh, yeah.
Because I knew, some part of me, I knew what was going to lie ahead, but...
I knew, when I was on my first playthrough, I knew they were going to throw Abzu at me after those creatures. I just knew it. Because the Dawn never fights fair.
No, he doesn't. When does he ever?
And I mean, he's pretty much like the Hell House. Except that's the third fucking time I fought Abzu. I'm so tired of him.
Thank goodness you're done with him, though, too. What?
I don't think we're...
Abzu,
now,
you're
we're not
done.
done with...
You're not done with Don Corneo. I can tell you that.
I figured I wasn't done with Corneo. He's like a damn cockroach.
He is.
He
but
even showed up for the freaking desert proto-relic.
I know. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, oh, why?
Oh yeah, you have to fight Kid G as
That was actually a pretty
Tifa's.
fun fight, actually, for me.
You have to fight him one-on-one with Tifa in her brutal challenge. I actually got really good at fighting him.
He was actually not a bad boss fight for just a side quest. Now, the one surprise boss fight, I think, was Gilgamesh, when you're in the Nebel region. That was a complete surprise for me. Like, wait.
Oh yeah, that really shocked me.
I'm like, huh? Sephiroth summoning Sephiroth? Or Gilgamesh? What? Like,
I think that was That might have been the last proto relic I needed, so I didn't know if it was because I got the last proto. No, no, because of the because of the cut scene. Oh wait, I'm getting myself mixed up. Yeah, that specific region he does bring out Gilgamesh. But then I remember when you go to Gilgamesh's realm, you do fight him a bit. I think when you get the last proto relic. So I think I did both of them back to back.
Nope. I think
like,
he
oh
was
god,
like
I can't fail here.
No, I don't think. I think he was like my third proto relic. The one I did not, and I'll still state this, was the last one I ever did was the Gagaga region one. That was the last one. I had to look those ones up.
But yeah, I was going to finish. No, I wasn't going to finish that one. Because I remember I saw the level. It said like 40, and I was like in the 30s. I was like, okay, I'm going to come back when I'm 40, and then I came back and I couldn't find the damn entrance, obviously.
Yep. Nope.
So I was way over leveled once I finally found it.
Yep. Of course, I'm just gonna have to be in Ribbit, I guess. Just chilling for the night, I guess, cause. But let's see. I will say well, I can't say that because you have to play Crisis Core. I was completely surprised by Sisney. I was completely surprised.
Yeah, I heard about that when her character was announced.
I'm like, huh? What? It's been forever since we saw you. Like, and I'm saying like almost 15 years since we last saw you. Because I think this is when Crisis Core was on PSP. I'm like, and I'm looking at myself, wow, you really changed. Still love her, though. Still love her. Wish there was more with her. Wasted potential. No. Wasted potential. Because I know why. And they're alluding this. She definitely has a crush on Zack. That's the person who she's referring to. She's waiting. Did you not notice that?
Oh yeah, I noticed.
I'm like, it's like, and I hate to say it, I would rather see Sisney with Zack than Aerith. Honestly. If you would see that in Crisis Core, you would understand. That's just the main thing with that. I'm trying to think, the Proto Relics, I know you hated the Fort Condor one.
Oh yeah. Multiple of those were rigged.
And I feel bad for you when I know I did this on air, was that I did that last one with first go, and I was surprised myself doing that.
Yeah, actually, after I complained about it or whatever, I did see like there's a toggle on the bottom that says lower difficulty or whatever, and it makes the ATB bar move faster. It doesn't punish you whatsoever using it. You still get credit for winning. It's like, why would you not do that? If I can't win without it.
It's sort of. I just had to laugh at times when I did it first go.
Yeah, but when I found that, I was like, well, no wonder you didn't have as much trouble with this. Just freaking handicapping myself.
I do.
Oh no, I like the challenge. I like this mini game, don't I? I love the music.
Da, 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 da. The music's gonna be in your head.
It is.
Rent free.
It's not even on the soundtrack because it's the
It's
exact
a
same
remake.
music from Intergrade.
You know, and
By
that's
the way,
the thing.
there's a separate soundtrack box for Intergrade that's separate from the main Final Fantasy VII. So I gotta get that too. Fuck me.
For the record,
$30.
okay, for the record, folks, he has the Rebirth soundtrack. You got the remake soundtrack too.
Almost. Looks like it's gonna be here in a couple days.
So he still has that. So
Oh, Square, you gonna release a DLC for Rebirth?
that's the
I don't
thing.
think
I
so.
feel like that's probably gonna happen in a year or two at some point.
A year? Yeah, I could see a year because
Like whether it be like, I feel like it could be either. I would want to see a Vincent DLC.
I would too.
I
And then I have
don't
to
know
buy
about
that
Sid.
soundtrack.
I don't know about Sid.
Then I'd have to buy that soundtrack.
Sid, on the other hand, I don't know. Like, I feel like I want to bet Part 3's gonna explain his backstory a bit more. And there's a region I'm surprised they omitted. And you know what region of Nibelheim I'm gonna talk about. Is Rocket Town.
What?
That's on the other side of Mount Nebel.
I honestly had no idea what that was.
It's like another village that's on the side, and that's Sid's hometown.
Oh.
So I'm surprised they completely omit that. Because
Yeah, I was really bummed. Wait, where were you going with that?
okay, another thing that I was gonna say, you meet Sid pretty early in the game compared to where you normally would see him. Because you had to meet him in Rocket Town.
In
the original.
Crisis?
No,
Oh,
in the original.
Oh.
So you're seeing him pretty early. So
They don't have a good reason to go back there, would they?
nope.
Yeah, they're just probably not going to do it. Maybe a flashback. I don't know. They've been pretty good about like they don't put a lot of. They didn't do a ton of character development in Remake, and we saw some of the characters much more fleshed out in Rebirth.
Mm-hmm. She's got to be more important.
Even though I do feel like I understand her pretty well.
Oh, she's got to get more character development. I'm going to guarantee you that.
And Cloud is obviously spread out through all three games.
Oh, yeah. Cloud a bit more, too. He's got to get more character development, too.
I already have some good ideas of some of the things that's going on. But back to Nibelheim. I was bummed to find out the Nibelheim theme is not on the soundtrack. Apparently they used it somewhere in Remake. But I love that theme, especially when you go back after the disaster. It makes it sound like this
Ominous.
town. Yeah, it's like this town that's just like out of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it shouldn't be there.
But it's there.
It's like a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it's just being used, it's been rebuilt from Shinra and being used as something completely different, and no one remembers that the original town ever existed for the most part.
Only Tifa and Cloud remember how it originally was.
It feels so otherworldly. Like I would just, when I was doing the combat challenges, the brutal and legendary challenges, I would always do them in Diebelheim so I could listen to the music.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I don't know, I know Chadley's the original character.
No. Oh, do you hate Chadley yet? Is he annoying as hell?
It's like, yes. It's like, shut up, Chadley. Let me make my material.
Just
Oh, I know.
Be glad you did not do the combat challenges. Just wait until after you lose to Odin the 7th time, and he's like, maybe you're having an off day.
Oh yeah, I know. I know the feeling too. I know, because you're not the only one that felt it's like shut up, Chadley. I get my frustration after trying to face someone like 10 to 15 times.
Yeah.
Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, when you have like the most frustrating attempts ever, or like you have a brutal loss, only for you to finally give up. And he's like, "Oh, maybe you just need some more practice." I'm like, "Chad, would you shut the fuck up?" I definitely took my anger out on him. But yeah, I do think he talks a little too much. I do think they're creating a storyline for him connecting to Hojo and also Mai. So I think that I think they're going somewhere with it.
Honestly, Mai's new. I believe. I remember Chadley being an original character or a character in the Final Fantasy universe, but Mai's completely new. Honestly.
The fact he's so hard on her makes me like her more.
I know. It's like, Mai, shut.
Like, sometimes I actually listen to her rambles about the local wildlife.
It's so amusing for her not to like her, but like I still have like a favorite. But I honestly will say Sisney is probably my favorite side character. Like out of the whole plethora of side characters.
Is that mostly from Crisis Core?
Yes.
Well, now I really need Crisis Core.
Oh yes.
It's usually like $30.
I know, but it's not that. Once you play Crisis Core, you will understand why, and she feels so underutilized so much. I bet a lot of Final Fantasy VII players will agree. She is so underutilized so much. Like, and you have to give her credit for that. Once you find that out. Like, that's just my personal opinion about her.
Shit, I've been on the pause screen for over an hour.
What I tried to do
I finished the Final Fantasy 16 DLCs and did almost all the content.
Other than probably the... Okay, I will talk about the DLC since I've told you before, I'll say it again, I definitely like Rising Tide out of the two.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the better content and the better story.
Mm-hmm.
Although the last two bosses really put me through the
You
ringer.
saw my anger! You saw my anger with Leviathan.
Dude,
Now you
there's
see
only
why I told you to be careful.
Dude, there's only so many moves I can do with Ifrit. I got tsunami'd like 6 times in a row, and the one time I cracked the shell, I did it with maybe a fraction of a
I
second
know.
left.
I told
I'm
you.
like, what was I supposed to do? I'm dodging every single attack. I'm doing magic bursts. The cooldown on the freaking moves is
I know. I
too
know.
long.
It's so annoying that it just comes infuriating when you crack his shield. Like, it feels so satisfactory when you do it. It's like, finally! You
And
could.
then not long after, I ran out of the healing items and died. He hits pretty hard on normal. Let's see.
What did you think? Okay, let me ask you this. What did you think of the new ability?
Leviathan is really good. It's probably more versatile than Titan. At
Oh,
first I
yeah.
thought, oh, it's about as good as like Ramu, but then I started getting more into the skills. Like, nope, this is better than Ramu.
Oh, I
It's
know.
probably like third or fourth.
You know, I was looking at a thing here not too long ago. You know what surprised me the most? That Leviathan's almost like a B tier for them. I'm like, are you nuts?
I think it has one of the better circle gimmicks.
Mm, like
What's your
AoE
least
damage,
favorite?
that's a different story, but like using Tsunami, of course. But
Tsunami is actually kind of broken. I was doing the Bloody Palace thing, the Karos Gate, and if you have like 8 small enemies, like
I know.
I'll hit my limit break, so I have nothing but crits, which I really don't even have to do. I use Tsunami. It just wipes every enemy off of the board.
No.
It's one of the best, I guess, like supers.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. Like, they said Odin and Shiva are S tier. Obviously. I'm
Maybe
like,
I'm just not good enough at Odin. Like the damage output is really good,
oh
but
yeah, like,
every time I try to fill up the gauge, I just leave myself open to getting attacked.
I really want it. If I was gonna do New Game Plus, ooh.
That's about what I was gonna do, actually.
Okay, that's what I thought. Due to increased traffic, logins are currently throttled. Of course. Why am I
I
not?
was gonna do New Game Plus on Final Fantasy mode.
Well, let me ask you this: what did you think of Ultima finally? Like, amazing?
Oh, you mean the icon?
Yes.
I haven't used it enough, but it
Oh.
wasn't working very well for me on Karos Gate.
Oh, you need to. Especially when you do, like, his ultimate, like, you know, I think it was, like, Divine Judgment or whatnot. Like,
The like beam of light from the heavens.
oh, it's so sick. Like, it is. When you're using it is just chef's kiss, just amazing. When you
I've
do
only
it,
used
just
it I've only used it one time.
You need to use it. Like, I use mostly Ultima and freaking Leviathan most of the time when I was doing Karos Gate. Believe it or not. Did you ever clear it or no?
I just did before you invited me.
Oh, you
It
did?
took me
You
a
lucky.
little while.
I only got to 15.
I was kind of lucky.
I got to
For some
15
reason,
and then Titan just destroys me whenever he does it.
I did find the first 5. Ifrit's not that hard.
Oh no.
For some reason, I keep struggling on Garuda. I keep messing up the timing.
Sometimes Garuda, yes, and then I have a very hard time with Titan whenever he tries to counter you.
I actually did pretty well with Titan because I'm pretty good at it. It's pretty easy to see his attacks winding up at you, so it was easy for me to dodge and strike back. Oh, but guess who's at the end?
Ultima.
No.
Or is it Odin?
It's Odin.
That doesn't surprise me.
He seemed a bit nerfed from
His story mode counterpart.
Maybe it's just like his first fight.
See,
but I still struggled a bit with him.
I at some point I should, but I don't really feel the need to go back to the DLC because there's not really much. Unless I could just say screw you, Ultima. I want to see you just die with Leviathan and your abilities alone. To see how much it just like break the story mode. It's
use the Ultima to defeat Ultima.
Exactly, just like be super meta. Just to use your own abilities against them. It'd just be so funny to do.
I was getting low key frustrated at the amount of times I thought I was doing well in Kara's Gate and I got a C. Like,
yeah, I know.
6 C's in a row from 5 to 11.
Yep.
And then I started getting B's. But there was one, I thought I was flawless. I was like, oh, that's an S or an A. Nope, you get a B.
Probably like the timing of the damage is probably what was going to hurt you, and it's stagger damage. Probably. When you're doing like the larger enemies. I know there's larger. So, let me ask this. What did you feel of just like Rising Tide alone? Because we'll have our opinions on Echoes of the Fallen. After. Like,
I found the story pretty compelling. Like, I thought it was really interesting how they had this community that was hidden from the rest of the mainland, and then they're trying to fix their sins from like decades or centuries ago. And you've got this child who's frozen in time.
Who's kind of self-aware, though, too, weirdly enough.
Yeah, that's harboring probably the most dangerous icon of them all. He sure was pissed off when he was fighting me, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, he was.
I fucking beat him. I barely fucking beat him. I had 0 health items left. And I had like 200 health left. You know, I had full health items going into his final phase, where he's got like 20% health left, but he shoots off like 10 fucking attacks in a row that you have to dodge, and one of them I could not figure out the time. I'm ranting now.
I don't care. This stream's just mostly just gonna be a rant about
it's It's a very good fight, but man, did it bust my balls. Like, man, they really did crank up the difficulty in the DLCs.
Oh yes.
And I was really struggling with Shiva's guardian right before that.
To be fair, I didn't really had much of a challenge with Shiva's guardian, honestly. I didn't really have that.
Oh, I did.
I just struggled with Leviathan the most. Like, especially not during his first or second phase. It's that DPS shield bit was the most frustrating.
No, for me, it was the entire fight. I even forgot how when you're fighting and you're suspended in air, I forgot how to like attack and dodge. So I took like 3 attacks in a row before I started actually doing any damage.
We can both agree Leviathan's the hardest boss in Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, the hardest opponent, except unless Ultima is like I don't know.
Ultima.
I really struggled with him on normal, but that was also because I didn't have any upgraded healing potions. Like
Like I did.
Quantity was not upgraded, and I think the quality was not upgraded. So I think I was just trying to beat the entire fight with like 4 health potions.
Oh no.
Which made it extremely butt-clenchingly hard.
Unlike me, where I did all of the side quests before heading into freaking Origin.
I was so mad when I found out that you got more after beating that fight. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was having trouble breathing in that fight. Legitimately.
I was just... well, I was surprised to see the Tonberry King in that DLC. I was literally surprised.
I wasn't, because I saw pictures of him beforehand.
You cheat. I stayed away from that footage. So I was kind of surprised.
I didn't go looking for it, but it popped up. Oh, I think between the Tonberry King of Rebirth and 16.
Oh.
16's looks a lot more metal. He looks like he wants to eat your face.
Oh no. Am I gonna have a very hard time with this?
Get those moats to the bank.
I have a bad feeling I'm gonna have a very bad time with this gambit.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Final Fantasy mode of 16. It could be rough.
I will
say,
say,
even though I'm like completely maxed out.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know how this would go forward with this. Like, what? That's gonna be very hard to top off, like, the next Final Fantasy entry. Like, story-wise. That's
okay, I really like the story of Rising Tide, but it felt like it was just as short as Echoes of the Fallen.
Like, I don't have problems with Rising Tide, but man, I have trouble, like, sincere problems with Echoes of the Fallen pretty badly. Like, to me, it just felt like just one location that it's just like just a dungeon, honestly. That's literally all it is, just a locked away dungeon.
Yeah.
And then you fight Omega. And that's it. And the story for that one, not very convincing for me.
I thought it was like, meh.
Or, yeah. Oh, shit. course, I lose all those moves. I'm trying to think here. I mean, the weapon, like the Omega Sword, like I was saying to you, I was surprised that it was actually better than the in-game sword that you get. Too.
Oh yeah, that was part of the reason I did the Kara skate, because it gave me the best
Gauntlets.
gauntlets, yeah.
It's
nothing even close as good.
Not especially with the Ouroboros, neither. You would think the Ouroboros would be good, but no.
It is for a while.
I know, for a while. And it still surprised me where you actually could find the relics.
I could have been grinding this whole time we've been talking.
And I was waiting in orbit to actually find a way to get on a match, so yeah.
There's a good grinding spot in Waloed. Like, man, the amount of points you need to upgrade your skills is crazy.
I know. That's the one thing I'm not a big fan of like, with 16 entirely, is like the cost of the abilities. Just to upgrade. Oh.
Like, I went through all of Rising Tide. Well, not like every content, but like just going through the main scenario, and it was only enough to like level up the Giga Flare. That's it. It wasn't even to master it, it was to upgrade it. I need 6,000 to master it.
Now, here's one thing.
Oh, and yeah, now I have even more points to put in, because I have 2 extra icons. I've only maxed out one. Can you guess which one it is?
Where is he?
I don't even have the ultimate for Phoenix, Garuda, or Ramu.
I have the like Flames of Rebirth. Yeah, I got the ultimate.
I had it, but then I
don't have it upgraded, but I know I have it.
I don't even have it.
You don't have Flames? Oh, that's a really good AoE.
I don't.
I have.
I haven't been using Phoenix.
I use Phoenix quite a bit, or free quite a bit when I buy in game. Like, though he's just default though, so you can't really replace him though. Well, actually, yeah, you can, in a sense. But I use him quite a bit, and then Odin I use quite a bit. I think the worst one for me is just Titan. Ugh. I can't, for the life of me, I wish I could just counter the living crap out of it. And that's mostly what Titan's mostly there for, is to counter, that's it.
I'm very good at countering with the, crap, what's it called? Raging Fist. Although it's far from perfect. Sometimes I'll like counter an enemy that's like racing towards me, and it'll punch behind it. I was like, well, I just wasted that skill.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only problem I have with Titan, is sometimes I'll just completely whiff. Like with the wind-up, I'll aim for the enemy, and then they'll just like teleport or jump out of the way. It's like, fucking hell. The Earthen Fury is really good, and the Titanic Block is really good.
I just... I think another one was it. I really don't use Garuda that often, though, too.
I never use Garuda. Garuda is my least favorite.
Because
For one reason and one reason only. Its damage is terrible.
I know. I think they said they tried to buff Garuda, but it still doesn't feel like Garuda's barely doing anything.
And that was the worst trial. Because I nearly ran out of time.
I know. Garuda's.
Ever to rake up the damage.
I agree with you there. I did not like her trial either.
But what you can do is, like, you could put Garuda in your slot and then put 2 other abilities in that you've mastered.
I know.
That way you can use Garuda's pull, which is really, really good. I'll give it that. Garuda has the really good pull. Gouge is pretty good if you're doing nothing but, like, trying to rack up the stagger.
I know, and
But then it's like the best skill in the game. But that's all Garuda is good for, is stagger or, like, the hook.
Mm-hmm. What is that? Ooh.
Bahamut is really good.
Bahamut! I have a toss-up with Bahamut at times where I don't mind some of his stuff where his flare, okay, like his Giga Flare, okay, good. I don't really use satellite that often with him, and
I never use satellite. Impulse is pretty good though. It just does little bits of damage, but also increases stagger at the same time. It's really good for bosses you don't want to get too close to, because it'll do constant stagger damage while you don't even have to touch it.
I don't. See,
The flare breath is fine, but you're kind of an open target using it. Giga Flare is one of the best, though.
I mean, I'll be honest, I still like Shiva's pretty damn well. Like, her having the ability to dodge and then her Diamond Dust is really good.
Yes, Diamond Dust is... It might be the best one. It does massive stagger. And it does pretty good damage, too. And it also, like, increases the multiplier of the stagger damage pretty well.
How do I still have that?
It's such a crowd breaker, too.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It just hits everything.
I know. That's the one
good... with Leviathan, I really like the cross swell.
You know, both Shiva and Leviathan are actually, like, really good crowd control. I'll give it that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because the Diamond Dust does wonders, but Leviathan's, like, if you do, like, Crosswell or one of the other ones that, like, I'm trying to remember the other events. Well, Tsunami's actually really good, too. Because it helps everything when you cast it out. Like, I really love that.
Like a charge ability. I've only used it in the trial by water, which I did earlier. That was pretty easy, by the way. I aced the trial by water. I finished it with like over 4 minutes left.
That was made for you.
What I like to do is I use the Crosswell and it pushes all the enemies in the same place, and then you use Ice Age of Shiva,
Oh,
which is in the line. That would kill most things.
I think one problem I have or I don't really use Odin's abilities as much as like what I would hope to use. Like, like not other than Zetsuken, his other abilities I feel like they're so underutilized. Because I don't. If it was against bosses, that's a different story, but.
Actually, I prefer him crowd control than bosses. Even though, like, when you do get the gauge up, it does massive damage. But like I said, trying to get that gauge up against bosses, it leaves you open.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I try and I'll just fail to use the skills and waste them. It's really best to get it like filled up when the bosses are staggered.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's that one where you like kind of like charge your swords and then like time stops and you do like 1,000 slashes and it really makes the gauge go way up. I think it's the ultimate actually of Odin because the circle is the Zan Tetsuken, which is kind of surprising. You just always have it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I remember doing that against Ultima, and he'd always either hit me or teleport out of the way before I actually get enough slashes off, which is really annoying because the cooldown on that thing is massive. So yeah, next time I fight Ultima, I'm not bringing Odin.
Okay, let's. I think we've given enough praise for like Rising Tide as like especially the side quests are a lot better too. Like
Yeah, I did think they were written better. They were a little bit more interesting.
The only I don't know if I have really much of a nitpick for it. I really like that DLC. Now, Echoes of the Fallen, on the other hand, no. Not worth it.
Not worth $10.
It's, like I said, it's just literally a dungeon, and that's it.
The accessories you get in the dungeon are really good, though. Like the one with the damage multiplier. Oh man, it's a little bit broken.
I know, and that's the thing I just don't feel with. How can I say this? I just don't like how they did that story very well. It just makes me roll my eyes out. It's just like. So the whole entire time you're just looking for dusk shards, and you just happen to have somebody activate this tower. I just.
Oh, that wasn't really the part I
Long ago, the traveler
didn't like.
came
It
to the
was
soul system.
chasing that guy like 4 times.
Or you're
And
just
he was just
protecting
really
him.
annoying.
They fought
Yes.
until the collapse. A terrible
Really
calamity
protecting
caused by the
him,
traveler's oldest
honestly. Not a fun deal. Just not fun in general.
I didn't mind the tower itself. And the boss fight is pretty good. It's probably one of the better boss fights in the game. Yeah, I think the story's just meh.
Like,
I think it was a bit too short. Like, you would never see a DLC be under $10. And they did put a decent amount of work in there, but when you finish it in one sitting, you're like, really?
mm-hmm. That's literally what I felt like. Is this really worth the $10? Like, I literally completed that DLC within 3 hours. Like, that much. Like,
There you are.
Yeah, I'll just pretend it's $7 and Rising Tide's 18 because I paid 25 for the season pass.
I know, and that... Yeah, when I was talking... And this was in my final... I didn't really call it a finale, I just call it part 3. I literally gave, like, both deals... Like, as a package deal, it's an 8. Hey, the main reason why it got points deducted was mostly Echoes of the Fallen. Like, it did not feel like I was getting my $10 worth. Because how short it is.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that I was going to get an Omega icon.
You thought wrong.
Because I heard there were 2 extra icons, and once I beat it, I was like, okay, I'm ready for my new icon. And I didn't get it. I was like, what the hell?
Nope.
And then after Leviathan, I thought that information was not true until I got surprised with the Ultima icon.
And that's the thing, like, I give most of my points to Rising Tide because you're there for the story, you're there for, at least, for the icons and abilities, you're there for the side quests, the better of the two. Not much for Echoes of the Fallen, where it's just a hidden dungeon, and that's it, with a story that connects to Rising Tide.
The people of my city are really great too. So
Oh, yeah.
You not want to let Leviathan flood it.
No. Absolutely not. Well.
And what was the main woman's name? I really, really liked her, and her voice acting was really great.
I got so misillusioned with the previews. I thought she was the dominant for Leviathan. So much. Like, I thought she was going to be the one. But,
she has the look, doesn't she?
Oh, yes. But, nope, she's just a guardian. For the actual dominant of Leviathan. And the same thing could... Well...
The witness knows
Yeah.
the final shape.
Uh-oh. Not good.
We're initiating Operation Ahamkara. Now.
Not a good sign on the story. Uh-oh.
The portal is unstable.
Ikora, the Guardian.
Freaking kill those guys with tsunami on the first wave. The second wave is just waterlogging their corpses. But yeah, with the 2 extra icons, and all the extra content in Rising Tide, it really does make this game feel complete.
And it, like, especially Echoes of the Fallen, it does not feel complete whatsoever.
It was an honor to serve the last city with you.
It just feels like a side story.
It is. It literally is. Like, the whole thing is. And we understand why now Leviathan's there. Like, it answers the question why Leviathan is not part of the main story, though. Like, it answers that main question. Like, it's just there to answer questions, and, like, the Drake's Eye, I think, why we can't go there in the main story. So. Oh, come on, game. You serious? Of course. I tried to do the story again, and it doesn't work. Can I do Gambit? But I think we've had enough of our opinions on Stellar Blade.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Go ahead. What? Try to make. Yeah, I wish I would have played this earlier, but I cannot help it. Being I work in the mornings, folks. Thank you. Bungie servers. Of course. Everybody has to do their content. Everybody has to do it. That's gotta be the most sad thing, folks. Like, you're not gonna get much on this. 0 hour prophecy. Where's the other stuff? Not the Cosmic Drone, not the Dreaming City. There it is, Eternity. Can I even do Onslaught playlist? What? They changed the power level? Are you serious?
Okay, I'm back.
Alright. So that for like both Raven and I did Providence. I did that first go.
Yeah, I heard Providence can be kind of difficult even on the easiest difficulty.
I died like though I did cheat and use a pump, which
I'm cheating. Some of those fights I couldn't get anywhere close to finishing without using a pump.
I know.
Well, you get 2 if you get enough cans.
And that's the problem I didn't do. I should have just stuck with like a stream or two, just doing extra, but at the exact same time, I kind of screwed myself doing that. Once I progressed the story. They really... I said this so many times. They should have had a manual save.
Yeah, that would have completely fixed the whole point of no return. Or give us a manual save, but we got neither. And we didn't get anything with patches either. Just more costumes.
Mm-hmm. And there's
I'm
still...
not complaining about that.
I still don't have a problem with combat. It's more of the stories just feel like okay.
You would have more to say about the story if you played Nier Automata, because there are some very similar plot points.
Yeah.
So, some people that have played Nier Automata, they say it's like playing the same thing with an inferior story. Oh shit, why did I go here? But they did surprise me a bit with the story at the end, but like before the end it's a whole lot of nothing mostly.
We crashed, but we're here.
But
What is this place?
now there's like
multitudes than you or I could ever comprehend.
some of what they're saying is not immediately clear. Okay. So first of all, we know that Adam is Raphael Marx, and he's the Elder Natiba, right?
Mm-hmm.
He created Mother Sphere, and a long time ago, they made the androids, and after a while, Mother Sphere decided the androids were better than the humans. So she was kind of working to make the original humans extinct. So they go underground for a while, and that's when they start experimenting on themselves, and they become the Natiba. They become these creatures of pure hate and instinct. That's why a lot of them look humanoid, and that's why you see kind of like almost like the... You know those crime shows where they're like in these zipped bags?
Mm.
The corpses? Well, they kind of look like that as some of the enemies, like the ones that explode.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, then the original humans as the Natiba come out, and they try to wipe out the androids. And eventually they get to the space elevator thing. And they're working their way up to the colony, but Mother Sphere won't let that happen, so she drops the elevators and causes a whole lot of deaths. And in the same time, it removes her connection to the androids. That's why the androids don't know anything. And the androids that we think are the humans,
It worked. The light made the imagined structures solid. Made them real.
yeah, I think I explained that well enough. So then it creates like this weird conflict, like now these androids that don't know anything, and they're fighting to stay alive. Do they deserve to stay on Earth? Even though they act very human-like, and now the humans, which are Natibas, act very monster-like, but they're like they're a product of
evolution.
yeah, of evolution, and like bad decisions for mankind and for Mother Sphere. So that's where it goes to like the choice.
I'm not sure what that creature is,
Like Adam thinks the only way forward is
but its genetics are scrambled.
a fusion between an android and an Atiba to create like a new species. And the other choice I think is to like just continue your mission as instructed by Mother Sphere. So the story's not terrible.
It just needs
Yeah, it has some meat to it, and it has some world building. I think the world building is actually a bit better than the story.
Oh yeah, like you could tell they put work into world building. It's just like I just feel like the story is just like how they're portraying the world building is kind of weak.
I think the story is all right. That's what I'll say. The thing that is a massive problem are the characters.
Yep.
Yeah, and the dialogue, some of the writing. Like even Eve herself, she's literally nothing besides just
generic
working to complete her mission.
Yeah, just generic soldier. That's it.
We don't know enough about her. She doesn't get enough personality. Adam is probably worse. He has literally no personality at all until we find out he's the Elder Natiba.
Yeah.
Before that, he is completely useless. Except for a drone.
Yep. You know, here's the funny thing. People were saying, like, here, we could use it, like, an AI or a Google Translate, and you can just literally have the characters just using their lines, and that's it. Like, I've seen videos talking about that, and it's like, wow. That's pretty harsh. I think it was Alex from Angry Joe. He mentioned that. You could literally just use just like a text reader, and that can be literally the dialogue for the entire game. That's it. I feel pretty bad for the staff that was writing that. That said, I do agree with you with the dialogue. That could be worked on tremendously.
Yeah, and it's probably even worse with the side quests.
Oh, yeah. Side quests.
And most of the characters, like I get the whole like, oh, it's bleak and everyone's dying, and pretty much every single side quest you go on, you find out
they're dead.
The person they're looking for is dead. I don't think I remember a single time where anyone was alive. So I get that for the world building, but every single time the quest giver brings up something even a little bit interesting, the quest ends before I get any context. Like, there's that one of that woman who's like, oh, please find the memory stick of where my husband died or something in the Oasis Lake, and then you find out that she probably killed him.
Yeah.
And they don't really go anywhere with that.
Because to me, that's like a moral decision. Like, do you want to arrest? Like, they should have had an option. Like, do you want to arrest her?
They just make it painfully obvious that she's in on it, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, this person didn't die from an ATM.
Yeah.
It died from a knife in the back, and then you bring it up to her, and she just gets offended, and that's it. That's it. Just move on.
Nothing to see here. There's just like, I just want to be with my dead boyfriend. That's it.
Yeah, it's like...
It's just so random at times. Like, they would do that.
Most of the characters just don't have personality. There's like a select few. I actually kind of like Kaya. Her story is decent.
To me, here was the funny one, was Barry. Barry was kind of funny. He gives you this quest line, but then finding wine, and then it's like, oh, I already used it up already. Before.
I'm gonna be honest, when I got to that point, I was just mentally checked out of the side quest. I was like, I don't fucking care.
I know. But I had to laugh at his story, like his basic story. Because he's basically the town drunk, basically, in a sense. Like, in all honesty. Uh-oh.
So yeah, like the basic thing is the characters and the writing are very surface level. They don't go deep enough.
I know,
and like the main like push of the story is pretty much just running into Raven's audio logs,
just to find out she's the one she actually did.
And that does make more sense from like the beginning, because she's the one who's wiping out the airborne squads, and that explains why Eve is the last one. It doesn't quite explain why Adam saves her. I guess he saw potential?
Yeah, that part should have been a little bit more...
Here's the part that really needed an explanation. The relationship between Eve and Taki. Because they gotta be more than just sisters in arms.
Yeah,
we don't know anything about their relationship back on the colony, and a lot of the emotion of Eve's motivation from the middle of the story onward is Taki dying and having to fight her.
Yeah.
And that Raven killed her, but I'm like, I don't care.
It's like, I just want to get through the game, please.
I don't know anything about her.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wasn't too... kind of like, the narrative isn't that great. Like, for Stellar Blade is not great at all. Well, just say that, folks.
Yeah, it's not. And I was much harder on it on my first playthrough. I was pretty negative going into the final two bosses. I'm like, I just want to fucking finish this game. This story sucks. Like, at that point, I was going to give it like a 6 out of 10.
Wait.
But now I'd give it like a 7.5, because I liked it quite a bit more on my New Game Plus, and the combat is really, really good. Like, it's a very solid foundation to build a sequel.
Oh yeah, that's what I would... It's a 7 for me, because, like, the combat and the world building are really good. It's just a matter of just, like, the story narrative needs to be worked on, and your dialogue and the voice actors need to be worked on.
I thought Eve was alright. She had a voice role from Baldur's Gate 3, which most people liked her in, so it's definitely not the voice actor's fault.
Oh no, it's the script that she was...
Yeah, it is.
That needs to be worked on. That's the biggest problem there. Otherwise, it's probably in the top 10 if it was... Like, I'm not gonna say top 5 or anything anytime soon yet.
Well, how many games are you planning on playing?
But, like...
I think I gave, like, Jedi Survivor a 7, so...
Oh, that's...
I gave Hogwarts Legacy a 6. I was like, oh god, please don't be this year's Hogwarts Legacy. think I'm a bit too harsh on that game. But one thing I really have to give Stellar Blade credit for, I really, really like the customization. I think the suits are really talented designs.
I'll agree
if
with
you
that.
If you go to New Game Plus, you get Raven's suit, and it is one of my favorite suits in the game.
I'm pretty sure, don't you get the endgame suit too? Like, or is that...
No, you don't.
Oh, that's stupid. They should.
I know. It's like, that would have been cool. I like that one. I really like the Wasteland suit.
I'm trying
I like the photogenic suit. You got that one
Oh,
after
yeah, I
the Japanese garden boss.
Mm-hmm. There were some I was trying, like, you saw, I think you saw me try to get the airport one, the Black Rose one. I was really trying to get that one, but I'm like, nope.
Oh, is that the one around the lasers?
Yes. That one sucked. Or I actually didn't get it because that one sucked for me because I tried.
Yeah, you have to jump over one of the lasers.
No, you had to do multiple. You had to do the single, then a double again, just to deactivate the laser grid. And I tried that so hard, it was just not fun for me to...
Oh, when you do New Game Plus, almost all the suits in the game have a second variant to them.
Oh yeah, I was looking at it when I was trying to complete the... Or at least try to get most of the suits, because I know I missed out one. Because it was a side quest.
Yeah, I missed the suit that you need that password for, and when I did it in New Game Plus, it gave me the first playthrough suit and not both. Oh, the bosses are also fantastic.
Oh yeah, and that's why I count the boss fights in general, because they're really, like, they give you a challenge by the end, but like, man, you weren't kidding when you would say, and I would say this, they would get easy until near the end of the game.
Yeah, like the last 5 or 6 bosses crank up the difficulty a bit. Like I remember watching some people talk about the game, and they're like, "Man, the game is kind of easy until you reach like the last few bosses. Then it starts to turn into Dark Souls."
Do I find it as Dark Souls? No.
No.
I give you my comparison. It gives me that Star Wars Jedi feel. That's literally how I feel about it. And I died. Nice.
It's Caesar. It's Caesar. I cannot hold this any longer.
Like, that's literally how I feel about the combat about it, so...
There are unfathomable powers coursing through your opponent. This is not a fight you can win.
Oh, I'm right. I was so confused where to go. But, I don't... So far, I barely got anything for the summer except for one that we both know is going to be coming up next week.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wait on that.
Because you're...
Now I got 4,000 points. All that work, and that's only going to be enough to
Get one.
master Diamond Dust. That's it. Ultimates are so expensive.
They are. Huh?
The basic ones only cost 1,000 to master. I think the circles, though, I think are... No? Master Blind Justice 500. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, but Master Cold Snap is kind of expensive.
Ooh. Not good. Oh. What is going on? Oh, and yet, and I'm thinking to myself today, when I'm in a bad Final Fantasy
Is this?
mood.
This is.
Not just,
Huh?
I'm like in a bad Final Fantasy, just like,
I think we're
I want to play
inside the trap.
more than just like 15. And not 13. No, not 13. Go like 2 over.
I don't really want Final Fantasy to be my next Yakuza.
I know.
These games are not short.
No, they are not.
I get burnt out when I play too many long games in a row. I got Hi-Fi Rush, so that's going to be a breath of fresh air.
Oh, not again. Just when I was... Really, game? I was just about to do the next mission for it.
This is a good discount for the days of play.
Oh, yeah, I'll pay it. Enjoy it as well as I did. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. That was in my top 10 last year. I just had problems parrying when you're playing that out. I just wish it was... It sucks that Tango shut down. It would have been nice to see a sequel for that game.
Yep.
It's like, nope, we'll never get one unless the IP gets traded off or something, which probably would never
But you
would.
can't just trade it off. If it if a non-tango game makes a non-tango, eh, if a non-tango studio makes a tango game, it's not going to be the same.
Oh, I know it ain't. Which I have the bad feeling it will at some point. Just depends who. Oh, is it gonna get...
No, I think the IP is dead.
I just wish it had more potential, which I might tune in. Good thing it's on Sunday for the Xbox showcase.
Summer Games Fest is Friday, right?
That I don't know. I thought that was
Hearing
later.
Friday.
I only just know Xbox showcase is Sunday at least, and right afterwards is the Call of Duty Direct. So
Call of Duty Direct. God. Go from Starfield to Call of Duty.
I can't say nothing else about that franchise. We both know that for deal. Because main games, I do not care for anymore. Like, I'm fine with just Warzone, that's it.
That's what most people are just playing, actually.
Like, and that's saying a lot, where a lot of your Call of Duty players are just playing Warzone and not their main game itself. They don't care about the multiplayer. They don't care about the campaigns anymore because they know they suck.
Yeah.
Especially when the last entry is just like under 8 hours. That's
8. It was like 4 hours.
And that's just literally saying something there. You don't take... Treyarch, I really hope you took your time with this, otherwise you're gonna get bashed on to the living daylights. Because that's the thing. Well, actually, no. It's gotta be Activision's fault. Not... Well, it's mostly Treyarch. I'll be taking the blame for this. And Infinity Ward didn't learn a single thing within the last 2 years. So, please do something. Especially when your main thing within your own franchise is the zombies. And the zombies that they had wasn't that good. If I'm not mistaken either. So, do better. I really hope there's I just want that showcase, just in general, to wow me. Otherwise, don't become a state of play. And just say, coming in fall 2024, coming 2025. Give us some solid release dates, please.
Wait, for what?
Any game, like, you... anymore. Don't just give it... And that's the biggest problem there. Actually, just give us release dates. Like Indiana Jones.
Well, if it's coming in 2025, then the release date would be stupid.
Or at least give us something that would fill us up this year. Because
Yeah, this is such a
dry is the word.
yeah, something like that.
State of Play disappointed a lot of people. So I'm really hoping this would just wow us.
Yeah, I realize something about PlayStation now. They're announcing stuff that the core PlayStation fandom doesn't care about.
Yep.
Like, they're moving away from a lot of the titles that made them popular to begin with.
I was seeing an article, not this afternoon. It's like, it's time to bring back Resistance and Killzone. I'm like, a lot of people would agree with that statement. There, they need to revive it.
I mean, it could work. I don't know.
I mean, if it means like to have a remake of Resistance or having a remaster, yes, I would definitely agree. Or at least give us some kind of remake to Infamous. I will agree with that heavily. But not Concord. Absolute garbage. No. You had me for the first few minutes until you said it was like a 6 feet shooter. I'm like, nope. I'm not playing Overwatch. I'm not playing an Overwatch clone. Heck, and that's stupid too. You had 2 Overwatch clones. Concord and Marvel Rivals. In that same state of play.
Yeah, I wasn't happy to see that one.
I'm like, are you serious?
Did that one say Daddies?
Daddies?
NetEase.
Oh, yeah, it was. I think it was NetEase.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Getting paid by China.
Yep. I most of that state of play, I'm just like, and there were some titles I'm like, is this the Project Perceiver project? Where is that? I would have liked to see some kind of information about that game.
Oh my God, that princess game. I was like, what the hell is this? This is like the kind of game that Anthony thinks all anime titles are.
Oh no. Yeah, yes. And so there's only one VR title if I would ever get a PSVR 2 would be that Alien game. That's it. That looked interesting because it almost reminded me of Isolation. Almost. But I'm still
Watch
not
the Alien movie instead.
sure there. I'll talk about
Alien Romulus got another trailer,
I
and
did
it's
see-
looking really, really good.
I did see that. Or I did see that there is a trailer.
I will absolutely watch that in theaters if reviews are even slightly good.
And I did see that. I thought you were joking about the Godzilla -1. I'm like, oh, it's there, all right.
They're adding minus color later too.
I just need to see. Well, You probably already watched it, probably, at this point.
I pirated it like a month ago. My dad just watched it yesterday. He really liked it.
But it's only in Japanese audio only.
No, no, there's a dub.
That will work. That could still work for a movie
Or you
pick.
can watch it or you can watch it in Japanese with the subtitles. That's how I watched it. I didn't even know there was a dub until it dropped on Netflix. But I listened to some of the dub and it sounded pretty good. Yeah, is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna bring us all to your place so we can watch a Godzilla -1?
Oh, no. No. I ain't doing.
Are we just gonna play cards or something?
We're playing cards like. I don't have a TV up at downstairs. That's the main problem. Well, that'll be a thing I'll have to talk to all you guys about it, because...
If we're loud, we're not gonna
Oh, no. Hey.
annoy anyone, are we?
Oh, no. We're downstairs, and it's mostly concrete, so...
Okay.
The only thing that... I'm just gonna have to warn you, there are just, like, totes and boxes, just... It's not, like, messy, it's just, like, all around the walls, just mindful about that. And I need to tell Jake this. I've already got the filing cabinets downstairs. So the only thing we need to move is the foosball table downstairs. I forgot to message him that. But those things were hard to get out, though. They were really stuck to get them out. Because they were underneath, like, a countertop, and they were just really sandwiched in there to get them out. But they were really light, though, too, because they were just metal, like light metal. So I didn't have to worry about doing that. No. And I've already got the sodas and sodas and silverware. I just need to worry about possibly getting the grill out and maybe clean a little bit more. I just brushed it. I just didn't have a heat or anything to it. Just brushed off all the burnt parts off. I just need to get it cleaned off, because I didn't have like a degreaser or cleaner to clean it up with. And then I need to see about propane too. That'll be a big thing. Hopefully I don't get called into work this weekend. I don't want it. No, this week just feels like the second day in a row feels super slow, but then it just like we have like one order, it's just like over 100 tops. I'm like, are you kidding me? Can't get a break. Not fun at all either, when your lines are almost full with tops and you're just waiting on product that's already been assembled. So, and I had
At least you won't have to rush home.
No, I don't.
Oh.
I almost was gonna say we could just go to Pappy's Friday, but Jake brought up the cookout, and I'm like, okay, that's even better. I don't have to.
I brought it up.
Or you. I'm like, I don't have to worry about, well, I did have to buy some sort of food. Good God, I had.
Well, I figured the weather is good. It's not gonna get too hot, so this is the perfect time.
Well, it's just hopefully it doesn't. I don't have anything to really make me mad or anything before that evening, because it would just, I just feel like it would just ruin my day. If, like, I almost had my day ruined by people just taking stuff off of my wagon, and it's like, what are you doing with my speaker? It's like, I didn't even have it out. Why do you even have it on your wagon? Apparently. I'm like, ugh. Especially today, if there wasn't a lot of people on today, I would be playing a lot of Destiny 2, but apparently not. Neither. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been talking about, like, all the, like, most of the Final Fantasy, like, 6, 16, 7, and Stellar Blade, and the Yakuza live-action series on Amazon. That's the thing that I'm still worried about it at this point.
I'm not gonna get too worked up over it.
Oh, I'm not either. I'm just gonna be, I would just say, be concerned, that's it.
It's Jesus! I cannot hold this any longer. Guardian, go!
I'm not expecting much, so if it's good, then I'll be pleasantly surprised.
I'm just gonna bet my money that they're just gonna adapt one. That's it. That's where, like, I'm seeing a shirtless Kiryu with the inked dragon for the title card, not the non-colored dragon like Zero did.
He better be picking up couches.
That would be hilarious. I would love to see that happen. Just like even some over heavyweight man holding a sofa, just guarding your way.
Those guys in the Yakuza headquarters break out their sword, and he just picks up the couch and swings it into them.
I mean, he's a man of many resources. Here, I would just love to see some street vendor bring out a hot shish kebab and Kiryu just uses it. Like, use some kind of reference to that, or someone just hands him just a street sign.
Oh man, they do that and it's actually really gory. That would be surprising.
But here's the thing. He can't kill. The reoccurring joke. He can't kill.
Can't kill, but he'll shove a box full of nails in that guy's mouth.
Or he'll just murder, like, stab you and just pulls the blade out of you for heat action.
Yeah, that's the ludonarrative dissonance there. My guess, if they go for an ultra-violent Kiryu, it's going to be kind of like Batman, where it's going to be like, hurt really bad, but not kill.
Like, I'll stick with my guns. I'm gonna bet they're gonna do Kiwami for sure. It would be funny, like, in future seasons, like, they'll do other games. Like, say, like, spin-off.
Are we alive? Is this?
Yeah,
series.
let's start with one season, see how that goes.
Like, it provides many potential, so... And I guess whoever that Sega leaker wasn't technically wrong.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, are you subscribed to her?
No, I read an article saying like we're gonna get stuff like a dragon or Persona or who was it? What was it? Sonic. We'll get something annually, and this was a surprise annual.
Yeah. She's known if it's the leaker I think you're talking about. She's known as Midori, and she works at Sega.
Yeah, I did hear something. She was doing a lot of different stuff for other than Sega.
She
If I'm,
leaked the Persona 3 season pass and other stuff too. Oh yeah, they released the first part of that season pass. Like it said they would do it in May, and I think they released it the last day of May.
I thought it was the second. I thought they already did the other one.
Is there 2 or 3? I don't remember.
There's free because we're still waiting on answers.
It's yeah, it's the Velvet Room one. Yeah, the answer's in September.
I don't know,
Oh
I bet
God.
like mid or late September is gonna be my guess.
We've crossed the
But you
threshold.
can't.
This is it. We're really here. Mara,
Huh?
I can't pick up anything. No comm signals from Seoul. Zavala,
What?
do you read us?
What is going?
We're alone. I can feel the light here. It's everywhere. Grass, the air. It's not what I expected the heart of the traveler would be like, but it's beautiful, isn't it? And so
Why is it reminding me of Venus?
Just a little more than I can max out Shiva. At some point, I'm just gonna get bored and start New Game Plus instead of keep leveling up these skills.
Because don't. Hold on, just. Oh. I'll be right back. Oops. Pizza time. Where's my TMNT moment when I need it?
Servants of the witness. They must be remnants from a conquered species.
It also feels like movies are a bit of a drought this year too, honestly.
It's honestly concerning. Because how are the studios going to adapt to how bad the box office has been?
Like,
And man, Furiosa is really good. If you like Fury Road, you will like Furiosa. And it's just a kind of depressing, like how bad it did at the box office. Like, it barely did any better than The Flash.
ooh, that
Seriously, like it only made 10 million the second weekend.
you know, I just kind of also feel bad, like you see these movies that are just they say exclusive in theaters, and yet the problem also lies with like you're also probably gotta get it on streaming services at some point.
Yeah,
And
The Fall Guy went on streaming just 3 weeks after release.
and
I
I've
guess
been
mostly because of
waiting
how
on
bad it did.
you know that got to see Destiny. I've been telling you about. Just literally, not even a month after it goes straight on freaking Netflix and Amazon. Did they already get a Blu-ray already, or did they just not go make up one? Like what the heck? That day, I was really looking forward to watching that. Even
I think
no.
I can channel the power coming out of that wellspring of light and dark into you, Guardian. We just need to be closer. Can't hurt them without breaking that
Yeah, I
shield.
think most people just wait for streaming now.
Well, that's
There's no urgency to go to the theater.
exactly why I feel like this could be the death of theaters at this point, and that's gonna be a sad
That's thrown around a lot, but it does feel pretty dire. Like, something definitely needs to change.
And the other thing, I was seeing this article too, and I don't know if I feel about this yet, is like, is realism killing video games? Like,
Somewhat, yes.
that's the same.
Did you get this question from,
I think it was
what's
like,
his name?
it wasn't Mr. Matty or anything. I've seen it float around like GameSpot talking about it.
What's his...
Because I did see this.
What's your fighting game guy?
What, Maximilian?
Yeah. He actually had a clip on this. He says like the having games like look like photorealistic to like a molecular detail is ridiculous. Like he says, like some recent games, like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, if you zoom really close, it looks pretty bad, but when you zoom way out, it looks amazing. Same thing with like Elden Ring. So we're at the point where we don't need to keep like trying to make everything perfect to like really close up or to like the finest detail, because it's making games take way too long.
Mm-hmm.
And most people don't recognize it anyway. Yeah, I mean that's the argument. It's doing that is making games take way too long and making budgets way too high.
Hence why Square, like, you see their profits, like, some parts of it you can understand why, but there's also parts, like, they almost put too much expectation.
Yeah, but they also double down on these games or services that most people hate, and then they bomb, and they're just like so surprised. Like Foam Stars.
Did you expect that game to do well? No. Like, did you expect Triangle Strategy to do well? No.
Also, their CEO doubled down on NFTs like 3 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Even after they died.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Also, Ubisoft also still a big...
Yeah, they tried.
And yet they keep trying. They keep trying.
But I gotta give Square Enix some credit. When they do make a really good game, they almost knock it out of the park.
Oh yeah, like Final Fantasy entries, yes. They always do so well with those games.
But
like,
with
that's
Ubisoft,
their bread and butter, almost. Like,
with Ubisoft, that never happens, and all of their games have the same crappy design philosophy, and they all feel like they're being made for in-games and bullshit season passes and ultimate editions are $110, $130. That's the thing, both movie fans and game fans, we've been burned so many times that we're so tired of this shit that we just completely shut down whenever we see that stuff. Mostly. I mean, casual fans will still eat some stuff up. Or if you've been a hardcore fan of a franchise like Assassin's Creed for years, you're probably going to keep going. But anyone on the fence like me, I see that crap, I'm like, fuck no.
I want to be invested with the, like, say, Star Wars Outlaws. I want to be invested, but at the exact same time, seeing that $130 price tag, yikes.
Oh, that's not why. I always go for standard anyway. I don't trust Ubisoft.
Oh, I know, because they'll find some way to screw it up at some point. Like, they didn't have a problem like this with, like, some of their other titles before Assassin's Creed. Like, well, yeah, during their Assassin's Creed era.
Yes, I've mastered Sheep.
Oh, you put Helldivers, didn't you?
What?
You have Master Chief. That sounds like a lot of Helldivers to me.
Well, I said I mastered Shiva.
Oh, sorry. My misunderstanding. Master Chief. I thought you said Master Chief for a second. I'm like, you're playing.
That's 2 down. 2, 3, 4, 5,
oh, come on.
7 to go? No, 8 to go.
There we go. I need to minimize that since Lucian spawned, like, since his birthday's up today.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah. Probably better you'd be enjoying the crap out of Destiny 2 right now. On PCs with final shape. As a birthday gift, probably, for himself. Wouldn't be surprised there. Me, I already got both that and freaking Homelander to deal with tomorrow. And that is tomorrow's stream, folks, if I don't get rained out. Or anything. Doing MK1 tomorrow. Oh, you gotta be kidding. And he is pretty broken. I was already seeing gameplay. He is super broken. Freaking Injustice Superman all over again. I'm not gonna be a big fan of it. And most of his moves is lasers. I kid you not. Even his lows, lasers. One of these days I'll have to show you that gameplay breakdown from NetherRealm. You're like, good lord. He even has like a T-pose that takes almost half the stage for overhead. But the weird ability he doesn't have, he can't do natural overheads. You literally have to float, like fly and levitate to do an overhead. Weirdly enough. The match. Oh, come on. And they give him some interesting cape designs over than his American flag one, too. Weirdly enough.
Okay, that's good enough. Let's see if I'm ready for Final Fantasy mode.
Probably not. I will not do Final Fantasy mode, folks. I am too chicken for it. I do not tend to do New Game Plus either. Oh. Go up. Keep going up.
I will say, Stellar Blade has a really good New Game Plus.
But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
changed. Light and dark are welling up here. More than I've ever felt before.
Oh, did you mess around with Eve's hairstyle
Feels like
quite a bit?
Not really. I didn't really
Giant
mess,
pulled
like,
all that power
I
to
didn't
it.
even mess with the costumes, honestly.
Could you?
Oh, I mess with her hair a lot.
The line between light and dark is... It's gone. It's gone. Guardian, you fused light and dark into harmony. How?
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Prismatic Hunter. Now I can master all the elements. So, haha. Suck it, Gabe.
Oh, yep. All my icons have been brought over.
And all your abilities.
Yep. I was wondering if they were gonna lock them back. Not like take the abilities away, but lock them until I've actually unlocked the icons through the story.
We can use this. We're stronger than we've ever been. We can use this. Let's go. The transponder signal.
Maybe I shouldn't try to defeat Shiva with ice.
Coming from here. Wait. There's something. Guardian, watch out!
You do Phoenix then.
Oh, this is gonna be sick. I can use solar and freaking ice. That's gonna be awesome. Uh-oh. There's another one. Oh, not you. Here. You can have that. I could care less of that. Thank you very much. Oh. Oh, no. Not Strand. No, 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 no. I'm screwed. I forgot he had Strand. Uh-oh. And I need to change controllers.
Oh. Well, I chose the wrong icon. Great start.
It's like, oh, you don't need defeat.
Oh yeah, that's the soundtrack I was missing.
Alright. Really, game? Really?
Okay, it's not too hard yet. I'm getting hit a lot, and I still got over half health.
Come on. So prismatic only just breaks the barriers, okay.
Sorry, Jill, nothing personal.
That was intense. I think I need a minute. The Traveler. It's hurting. I can feel. I feel it's...
You know, the worst part about this game is the best character dies a third of the way through.
Oh no. That's what everybody talks about.
Thanks. So, what's next? We're outmatched. We're alone, and what is that noise?
It's coming from over there.
You gotta get better boots, Crow. I could hear you coming a mile away. Now, Aldrin, he could sneak up on a fella. You're not Crow. Well, I'll be damned.
Cade. How long has it been?
A lifetime. The kid told me a few guns were on their way. Said the Vanguard would send their best. It's real good to see you two. I finally have someone to talk to about Crow's stupid haircut. Come on. I'm guessing you have questions. And I won't say I have answers. But let's talk.
I like Crow's haircut.
Where to even start? I died. You probably remember that. Not great. Partly my fault. Lesson learned. Let's not dwell. And after that, nothing. But not a bad nothing. A peaceful nothing. I think I felt her there too. My ghost. Sundance. She was part of me. Or I was part of her. Like we were two cards shuffled back into our deck, whole again. And then there was pain. Separation, something pulling me out. I woke up here in this body alone. No ghost, no way to use the light. And what could make this traumatic experience better than finding my killer waiting for me? But we talked it out because we're adults. He seems nicer these days. Yeah, pretty low bar.
200 SP from that fight.
Because we got bigger
Wow.
problems, bigger, weirder problems. Crow said this was all inside the Traveler, but I already knew.
Oh, I love my custom swords in the cutscene. The Tide Strike. Covered in blood. That's great. I was wondering what the point was to changing your sword. Now I see it.
The final shape. It's the end of everything. So I figure, might as well try to stop it.
Why do I feel this last part's gonna be part of a raid?
said it already, but it is good to see you. Just wish it were under better circumstances.
It's good to see you too, Cade. I never thought...
Hey, it's all right. I get it. This is a lot. And as much as we both want to catch up, we ain't got that kind of time yet. We've got to get out there and find Crow. I was expecting him, not you, and that ain't a good sign.
Yeah, you're right. Can we talk for a minute first? Just you and me?
I'll give you two some privacy. Last I heard from the kid, he was out on patrol. Called in some sort of darkness anomaly. I'll scout ahead. Check with me when you're ready.
Time to upgrade those weapons. That's for damn sure.
So, Cade, I looked him over while you were talking. Scan says that's really him. There's a few readings I can't explain. He's made of light, like me, like the Traveler. Ghosts are guides, conduits for the light. Cade might not be able to wield his as a weapon, but if he's like me, maybe he can share the Traveler's light, like we do. I'm not sure. This is new. But look what else we've gained. I can feel it. The way the light flows through you. Freer. Harmonious with darkness. A full chromatic spectrum. I've only experienced something of this magnitude once before. When the Traveler created ghosts to raise guardians. When I was born. We're going to need everyone to save it from the Witness. Cade's got a lead on Crow and Glint. Let's start there.
There we go. Can we explore? We can explore. Oh, they give you a combat difficulty rating now? Awesome. Instead of just having to deal with power level crap. Finally. It's a lot better than the last time I had to deal with the campaign in Destiny. They always had to power gate it. To whatever the light level is. Oh, and speaking it. So, I forgot. The TV series Tomb Raider just got a release date. For the new Netflix series for Tomb Raider. October 10th. So October's kind of filling up a bit by bit. Because Like a Dragon's coming on the 24th of October. So it's going to be... Because we know Metaphor's coming the 11th October. Oh no, not this BS again. I just play the game and not...
Feels a bit strange being back on this side of the comms, just like the good old days. Now, last transmission I got from Crow was just before you showed up.
You said he and Glint were scouting ahead.
Right. He called in some sort of anomaly, said he'd sniff around the perimeter. Personally, I prefer a little more direct approach. I ever tell you about the Hunter Vanguard before me? His name was Andal Brask. He was my mentor. Great shot. Terrible gambler. Still, we had this friendly little wager about what was inside the Traveler. I told him there's nothing. So of course Andal says, well then I'm betting on everything. Everything. Lucky guess. The inside is a composite of the outside. You're gonna see some things you recognize, and some things you don't. Treat it all as real. Unless it ain't. But I can guarantee you the Shadow Legion up ahead are as real as they come.
Uh-oh. Oh! They had stasis? Oh, that's not gonna be fun. There's one of those wills when I need it. I had to put my foot up my mouth.
Oh, please tell me the weapons don't get any stronger. I want to avoid all the side quests.
Probably so. I already know there's a new sniper rifle that acts like one of my supers. Oh god, no, not you. I hate you.
I'm talking about my game.
Oh. It probably, oh. No, no, no. I don't like you. I don't like to face you. No, 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 no. I hate the Scion. I hate this type of Scion. Go away. Go away. I absolutely hate it. Uh-oh. Yeah, stop. No, no, no. You're always a pain in the ass, stupid tormentor. You're always a pain in my ass. Oh, why did I land right in front of that? Actually, wouldn't they require more materials to upgrade your weapons? Pretty certain that they would.
Oh,
Should
I already got the best gear from the first playthrough. I'm just hoping it doesn't go higher from there, because then I will need more stuff.
Actually, wouldn't I'm pretty sure you might. I think in New Game Plus, I think you get the Ultima weapon. I think in that playthrough too. It's kind of like, if I'm not mistaken correctly. You know, like how Kingdom Hearts has their ultimate weapon.
That can't be a
I want to.
coincidence. Let's follow it.
Pretty sure.
Kate, is that you? Clint, where's the damn kid? I've been trying to raise you both on comms for hours.
Gone. The hell do you mean, gone? The anomaly we were investigating, it's a construct of darkness, I think. A cave mouth. It felt wrong, like it doesn't belong here. I begged him not to go inside, but you know how he is. I tried to follow, I did. That barrier, this place, the cave, it's impossible for me to push past it all.
Stay where you are. We'll find a way through.
I can't summon my vehicle yet. Lovely. I just want to got a hoverboard too. I kid you not, they've literally added hoverboards. It's like, I could go back to the future. Still in Destiny. Even though I did have to pay for it.
These locks control that barrier between us and Crow.
Aid? Any ideas?
Oh, I was never good at puzzles. It was always more Ikora's thing.
Ah, crap.
I think those taken scions might share a connection with that dial.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, that looked suspect. Oh, yep, there's the ultimate weapon. 700 attack. Holy crap.
I knew that the ultimate was in the game. I just wasn't for sure if it. I couldn't remember if it was just New Game Plus that you had to require it. It's like now
I'm guessing I can't get it until like near the end of the game.
Yeah, it's probably what I'm gonna bet too. I seriously just messed up.
These weapons are starting at high numbers. It's not as good as what I have yet.
But they're starting to.
It's in the ballpark, that's for sure. So now I'll just ignore it.
But now you know that it's there, though.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see what the ultimate weapon looks like, though. Or
I
do they even...
think I can look at it.
Oh, you can't look at it? They don't give you...
I think so. No.
It's just the icon that shows it.
Yeah, there's just a picture, like, that's really small. It's pretty damn hard to get an idea from it.
Ah, damn.
And it takes another red rarity weapon to craft it. I don't have any red rarity weapons. It must be a New Game Plus thing. Well, it does make it more interesting, at least. I don't know. I think I'll be fine for a while. I took a lot of hits from Jill, and it wasn't a big deal at all. See how Benedicta goes.
Where is it? Oh, now I get it.
Okay. I think first I run into Benedicta, and then I have to confront Ifrit. Side quests unlocked.
Oh, that's...
Do you see any other dials in the area?
Affirmative. The Guardian will handle it.
Please hurry, Guardian. Crow has no one to raise him if he falls.
Yeah, the weapons start at 330 damage, and my weapon's at 400.
And you're his. I know you want eyes on him, but you need to stay out of sight until help gets there.
Come on. make this even tougher. Oh. Come on.
Hey, what do you make of that bird that led us to Glint?
Well, it seems pretty obvious to me. I think it's pretty obvious to you, too. The real mystery is why nobody wants to say it out loud.
I will. A traveler. It's helping us. Mess it up, Guardian!
Oh, why? Are you serious? So you put a force field around you twice. That ain't fair game.
Mess it up, Guardian!
Really?
Mess it up, Guardian! clear.
Horseshit. Had like less than an 18th of its health down. Ready to shoot. Freak kills me with a rocket. You serious?
Here we go, mini boss.
This must be it. Lynn's right. This feels cancerous. Like a blight. But it's different somehow. What is this? Indecision. Guardian. You were thrust into an unending life of certitude. It's in my mind, trying to tear me apart. Let us free you from this architect of your enslavement. No! I did it. I fought it off. Shut it out. No matter.
Our voice will suffice.
Ooh, taking a little bit of damage here.
That diorama.
It is but a facsimile, a testament to loyalty, an expression of longing. Crow. We see his heart held in talons. We hear it beat with his twin sisters still. Within the final shape, we offered a vision of her pride. Of yours. Friends, looking to him with trust. But, like you, he chose pain.
You use the darkness to exploit Crow's memories?
And the light to give them form. Don't you see how beautiful it all could be? We offer to erase Prince Uldren's stain from the dreaming city. To grant Crow dominion of the reef, the awoken, and all the stars beyond. But he chose pain. Crow believes he is resisting temptation. As do you. But material is immaterial. Only purpose can cure his heart. And he believes his capacity for pain is that purpose. It is why he subjects himself so completely to your traveler. This belief was taught, conditioned into you. It can be unlearned.
There. Up ahead. Crow. Crow?
Quiet. Listen. I've seen these veiled statues before. You have too. It's whispering something, but I can't quite make it out.
Stop listening to it!
I told you to wait outside. This place is... I don't know what kind of effect it's going to have on you.
He's right, Glint.
I don't care. He doesn't get to make those decisions for me. We're supposed to be a team. Guardian and Ghost. That's how the Traveler made us.
I'm sorry.
Don't ever leave me behind again. Promise.
I promise.
Let's set up camp outside. Kate's not far.
Of course he isn't. Tell me you got the drop on him at least.
You and the Guardian both need better boots.
Well, maybe I'll get lucky this time. It's hard to describe. It's like these pockets of darkness are physical manifestations of the witness's presence here. An infection, festering.
You said it spoke to you.
In the dark. Tempting me. The witness knows what's in our hearts and minds. It promises to make it all real. Listen, whatever the witness is doing to the Traveler, our ghosts can feel it too. And it's spreading. Ikora would know what to do.
Oh, don't worry, kid. We'll find her. Even if we have to blast our way through.
I don't think it's that simple.
Sometimes it can be. Let's just get our bearings again. Refocus.
Agreed.
What a relief to see Crow and Glint again. That cave we found him in, where the witness tried to possess me. A malignant place like that inside the Traveler feels blasphemous. That wasn't just darkness. It was reshaped by the witness, corrupted. No wonder it could project itself there. At least out here, the Traveler's light still protects us. As much as it can, anyway. My shell? Don't worry. It's not as bad as it looks. The witness barely left a crack. We take hits and get back up again. Right, Guardian? Listen, the others spotted a location nearby that resembles the Io crater. Sounds like something that would be of interest to a warlock we know.
Seems like I have to do some storage clearing. Looks like.
What a relief to see
Oh,
Crow
this guy's got a
again.
lot of health.
The cave we found him in, where the witness tried to possess me. A malignant place like that inside the Traveler feels
120
As for the
stagger.
sun, that wasn't
Ooh.
just darkness. It was reshaped by the witness, corrupted. I wonder if
Apparently,
the
this is the
Collector's
easiest
something
boss in the game to
at least out
beat
here,
without
Traveler's
getting
light
hit.
still protects us
And of
as
course I
much
get
as it
hit.
can, anyway.
There's a trophy for that.
Don't worry. It's not as bad as it looks. The witness barely left a crack. We take hits and we get back up again. Right, Guardian? Listen, the others spotted a location nearby that resembles the Io crater. Sounds like something that would be of interest to a warlock we know.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that.
That's the helm signal. Mara, we can barely hear you. I'll try to boost the connection.
Crow? Does this reach you?
He can't hear us. I'll keep trying to clean up the signal.
The portal remains unstable, and your enemy has barred the way behind you. The abominations you encountered are of the witness's making. This is but a fraction of the power it now wields. Using stolen light, it has created a new army in opposition to the one the Traveler raised. Stewards of the final shape. No matter. The Coalition convenes to devise a method of dispelling the witness's interference. Keitel and Mithrax have promising theories. Once this desperate attempt to slow us is left broken, we will rejoin the attack. Let my voice send you now, in flight to strike down the witness and all its followers. Go with hope and with vengeance.
Yeah. I started early. On, so hopefully I could try to continue the campaign some other time, because I doubt being close to 11 right now. Doubt I'll gain more progress in for tonight. Uh-oh. There's 1 phone doing? There we go. Yeah, we tried. Here's the paradise one of these days. Or Final Fantasy Origin. I still have. Heck. I didn't feel like I wasn't too bad with Strider, too. With that game that I was doing.
I didn't watch any of that. What is Strider?
Just think of it as like a Metroidvania, just like a hack and slash. I'm almost like, let's say about like a fourth the way to being finished. I'll probably do like one more stream of it next week. Like I was looking to see how much progress I was surprised I didn't have that much left. Because technically I was supposed to, because you're technically a ninja of all things, though, too. Like a future, like, technological ninja that can use robotics, but still uses, like, kunai and swords. So, you might. No, you never played Marvel vs. Capcom.
Nope.
You might see a ninja if you ever play it, like, just named Strider or Hiryu. I think some games base it off of or take inspiration from Strider. Not this current one, but there used to be like a. I want to say. Oh god, it must be like an arcade game, I think. Back in the day. It's challenging. The arcade's challenging. I don't. I want to say maybe on sale. I don't know right off, but I wanted to do a series on it. Just like a little mini series. I knew this game was roughly 5 hours, so it's not very long to complete, depending on how good with your Metroidvania you're good with. I'm almost thinking about at some point, maybe this month, I might do Mega Man, one of the Mega Man X games I'm familiar with, as a filler series. I just need to remember which weaknesses. I think, was it the first boss I could just use the Buster, and then next one I could use electricity. It's been a while since I messed with X4, since Lucian owned it. Do I want to play as Zets or do I want to play as Zero first? That'll be the tough question. Since we're probably gonna have another video game drought for a while.
Yep.
Might as well try to keep content going, at least. Yeah. I'm gonna have to think, when I do this next series, do I want to get Artemis straight away? I know she can carry you quite a bit in the first half. I want to actually try to get Artemis. I don't know about Kokosaka Kaguya. I can't. You know what I'm. Yukiko's persona. Don't know if I could get that straight away or not. Kind of give you guys at home a little hint what might be coming next week. I cannot do that. It's Friday. I have to install it. I almost really tempted to do a what if scenario for Stellar Blade, though, too. I could still go back to the nest, even though I choose don't take Adam's offer.
Oh, you only got one ending?
Yeah, I couldn't do both because I was running out of time. Like, I was almost like midnight by the time I was dragging my feet around.
Yeah, you fight as Elder Nutiba form.
But, like I said, I did surprise myself, actually, just both. Does it really?
I know you got the Lily 100% ending.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't get 100%, Lily can't get out of the mech and it kills her.
Well, that would just suck.
You remember she's got that friend at her garden?
Oh, if you did do 809.
Yeah, and she mentioned her friend was a really talented hacker. Apparently, I don't know if it's her memory stick or whatever. But
it's her memory stick.
It hacks her out of the mech, which saves her.
I saw. I don't. That's the one thing. If it's really worth doing not 100% just to get that ending, though, because I'm just bound to get 100% again, almost, if I do New Game Plus.
Not really. I had to work on it a bit
just
to get 100. Though if I had all the cans and once I looked at them, I was like really early through the game and it almost put me at 50%. I was like, oh fuck, why did I do that? I don't want to have to do it a third time.
The only thing I would do... I
didn't have any trouble missing it.
The only thing if I would do New Game Plus would just be getting a full skill tree. Or at least try to get a full, since your skill, like, all your skills transfer over, and then
Mm-hmm.
Your series.
And you get more skills.
Oh, I know. But I don't think the documentation transfers, though. Is that?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, that's stupid. So you're basically like, hey, you have to find all these dead corpses littered around the world. Again.
Well, there's no real reason to do it if you're not going for the 100%.
That's true. But
Well, no, actually, I lied. There is a reason to do it. You get a little bit of XP every time you do that.
I know you do. It's just that the problem, I just feel like if it's really worth me doing the New Game Plus, I need to do the vendor side quest. That's the only real reason I would just really do it. Because there's not really a point for me. Like, I knew I should have done it. Like, if I didn't continue the story at that no point return, I would have done
it. Fuck, I only got hit once. Maybe I could have gotten the trophy.
What? You died? Oh,
No. As a trophy, you don't get hit a single time beating a boss.
Oh.
Though I don't know if that counted as a boss.
What? But, was it like one of the hunts?
It's a wind form of Benedicta.
Oh. I don't really think so. The only real one that would probably be as a form of a boss would be just like Benedicta herself, wouldn't it?
There is no way I'm beating Benedicta without getting hit. If that happens, I'm recording it and I'm sending it to you.
You're really gonna try that hard. You did.
If I try that hard, I'm gonna be even more likely to get hit. It's too much pressure.
Yeah, try to do freaking the Titan stage or Hugo's stage.
No. Well, maybe when he's like semi-prime, I would have a tiny chance, but a chance. But when he's fully primed, fuck no. Impossible.
Yeah, and that's the one. I would feel more like Anthony would be more at home with this title or this main entry. Like, it's not that complicated. It's just really long for the cutscenes.
Yep.
Like, it would just be a good starter for him. It sucks that I can't talk to him. Well, I gave him 15.
He says he's going to play Rebirth eventually, but I don't know if he's ever going to finish Remake.
Hell no.
Terrible with his backlog.
I can't say anything about myself.
Well, at least you finished a lot of games while doing your streams. You're just really slow.
I like to actually... How can I say this? There's a point in my time, like, I want to feel like I'm satisfied of what I'm doing. Like, Rebirth, I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do Chadley shit. Like, no. Worldly stuff, that's fine. Other than the Chocobo race. That's the only exception I will not do. And the piano. No.
It's insane how much the brutal and legendary challenges inflate your playtime.
I know. it's more like how much
Dozens of hours.
I know, like it doesn't really counter the fact that how much time you could spend on doing like side quests, other stuff that you could be doing while you're playing the main story. Like, say, like the fiend trials that you, or fiend encounters that you do across each region. You could be easily taking care of those out while you're either exploring or you could, when you get to the new area, almost. If you're at that power level, almost.
I probably spent over 10 hours just in grinding. Trying to max or mostly max out my materia. The blue ones are ridiculous. Like magic focus to get the max is 18,000 AP.
Nope.
And I had a way with AP up materia and the Chocobo armlet, which doesn't hold very many slots, but it makes it times 3 AP. There was a battle in the
Simulation.
No, in the battle arena at the Gold Saucer.
Oh.
I would get 300 AP every like 20 seconds. And I would do it for like 2-3 hours.
Oh god, no thanks. No thanks. If anybody would request that, I'm just like, I really don't want to do 2K Plus. No, thank you. I'd just rather just go to chapter select and just continue on. Even though...
But with those strategies and the practice with the materia, I got really, really good at fighting enemies and bosses. Oh, there's Yote. Like I could probably beat every summon full power.
That was the last thing I would do. Even though I found all the shrines, I'm like, nope.
Odin's the only one I did full power, and that's only because of practicing for the brutal challenge.
No thanks. I just... Like I said, I just feel like I would just be satisfied. Just like, even though I know there's a lot of, like, some stuff like, oh, I missed Beta 0. Or Test 0, I think. That I missed. Like, and then I know Joker I actually finished. Maybe like 5 attempts, I think. Like, his tells were not that hard. It's just, other than a stupid Joker tell is stupid.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you will take down your health quite a bit. Like, oh.
Goes to 1, I think.
Yeah, because it's stupid when he throws his card at you when he does that. I'm like, ugh.
That guy's pretty easy if you just keep your distance.
Oh, I know. He's not that bad, no. Like,
yeah, the Mind Flayer is worse. It took me a while to realize that there's this one attack that would pretty much kill you, but before it, he drops large rocks onto the ground, and all you have to do
He's stuck.
is stand behind the rocks.
Yeah, I know. I saw that one.
And I never knew that, and I was fighting him over and over and over in the battle arena. Like, towards the bottom of the 6-person battles, I would fight the Mind Flayer and, like, the Jabberwock or...
not Jabberwock. The Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl and
I struggled a bit.
They do not put the King Tonberry in there. Oh, King Zoo, the fire one.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that one sucks because if he does that one move, he just instantly kills you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's crazy. I was super struggling with all those fights when I was doing them, but after doing the Chadley combat challenges, it didn't seem that bad at all. I just wasn't prepared for it well enough.
Oh, man. Yeah. What? Stupid YouTube videos. I was listening. I think it was during Memorial Day or Memorial Day weekend. I keep listening to a bunch of the complete stories of like the older Final Fantasy games, like 1 through 6. Just like, you know what? Intrigues me. Like, I still have like intrigue to play 4 at some point or 6, but I just don't know if I want to take the time. Like, I know there's some people would probably kill to play retro games, but I just like, and they're just the SNES versions and not like the DS versions or anything like that. That I'd probably have a better chance at if I did. Heck, Final Fantasy Origins is just pretty much a prelude to the original Final Fantasy, in a sense. Because I know who's the real character, and I just won't spoil it for anybody that wants to play Stranger to Paradise. But God, I don't know if I want to face the DLC. I think Gilgamesh is in one of those DLCs again. Because Gilgamesh seems to be a reoccurring character in most of the Final Fantasy games.
I have never seen him before Rebirth, ever.
Let's just say he's just a Deadpool of Final Fantasy, as one person in the comments said. Just a total goofball of fun. Because I think his origin's in 5. That I remember. And I don't... Yeah, his summon is weird. Because he could just be a real gamble at times. Whether he could dish out 90 or 999 or just basically 1. And I mean one attack. Just random.
Oh yeah, what was that one move? Sloppy sword play where
Yeah.
like you get hit by
Yes.
like 100 ones. That actually hurts really bad when you fight him in Rulers of Outer Worlds. It does a lot more than just a bunch of ones.
Oh, Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh. Never fails to impress me.
He's a bastard.
Unlike me, you face him truly, where I just cheated. Where I just switched.
In Rules of Outer Worlds, I did cheat. I cheated hard. I don't think I would ever have beaten that legit.
Honestly, really didn't want to face him at 60. I really didn't.
See, there's this item that you gain a little bit of the ATB gauge back every time you do an action.
Mm-hmm.
And you use Aerith to make an ATB ward. Then you use Yuffie with her Brumal form, where she just kind of like dashes out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you do that back and forth in the ATB gauge, and for as much as she loses ATB for doing the action, she gets it back from the item. So it's almost limitless.
It just feels.
And while that happens, the other team members also get ATB back, and you can spam this very, very fast. So then all you have to do is cast a heavy magic spell on the summons over and over and over until they're dead.
No, see, I tried so hard, or I tried as much to get the heavy elemental damage, but they just cost so much MP when I tried. Unless I would do like an elemental where it would just decrease the cost of that certain spell, like Kiriga or Kira, for example.
Karaga, yeah.
Or Karaga. Or
I always put Magnify on that.
That would always take up a huge chunk of my MP gauge.
There's other ways to get health back without using MP.
Called potions.
Prayer. Prayer is excellent once you get it to 4 or 5. Oh, I guess we're going to Benedicta first. Man, she dies really early in the story.
She does. Yes, she does. And she a bitch.
I like her, though.
You like the bitchy characters, okay.
She's a very interesting character.
I mean, who is it? I feel like if there was a party so far, I feel like it would be Clive, Jill, Joshua, Fergal, Sid, and what's his name?
I don't remember.
Dion.
Oh, yeah.
party member. But don't really think there's not that many characters that would act as party members as much. Everybody else will just be like, screw you. Because the odds reasonable.
I was pretty surprised Jill got her ice powers back after you do those side quests. I figured that she lost them.
That's something I just don't understand very well. I would have figured she would lose them forever. But it seems like you only just take just a partial part of her powers, including her icon. At that point.
Yeah, they mentioned that in Rising Tide, too. The kid's still gonna have powers. I mean, well, he freaking summoned Leviathan on us while we had the icon, so... Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand how that works at all.
I think, no, Joshua gave, even though he technically died. And then, oh, no, he's not. Somehow. Did you watch the credits?
I thought everyone died.
No. Not Joshua, apparently. He wrote
surprising.
a book. Yeah, at the end of the game, kids are playing around, and there's a book with Joshua's name as the author, apparently. And that really sucks for Clive. Like, I get it.
It does, after everything he fought for, and especially that he couldn't come back for Jill.
I mean, it's a noble sacrifice, but it's just bittersweet.
It is. It sucks that he has to go through the burden of having to change the world and use all the icons.
Well, no, I can't spoil.
Wait, would the icons lose their power because Ultima's dead, or because Clive is dead? Because Clive pretty much owns all of them. And that's what makes a world without magic.
I don't know for that part.
These are the important questions.
And see, this is where Anthony just needs to play. Like, we should just give him a copy of 16 and see how he reacts.
I can't wait till you guys both beat Silent Hill 2. We're gonna have some interesting conversations.
Depending on what ending you get.
Well, so there's some things that's gonna be true no matter what ending you get.
Because they said, ending's canon.
There's 5 or 6 endings in the original.
I think it's
2 of them
6.
are joke endings.
Oh yeah, 2. I know they said... Actually, they said that during the transmission. The dog ending is one. The UFO is a joke ending, I think.
Yeah, the UFO ending's in... Actually, I don't know if it's in the 4th game. No, it's not in the 4th game. There's only like 2 or 3 endings in the 4th game. I think there's 3 endings. Yeah, there's no UFO ending in the 4th game, unfortunately.
Can't say a lot for that.
But yeah, the UFO ending is pretty damn funny in all 3 of them. I really like it in 3, where instead of Heather coming back to a tragedy, she comes back to
Alien abduction.
what's his name? Henry Mason?
Oh yeah, the guy from the first game.
Yeah. He comes back to Henry Mason talking to aliens in her apartment.
I think I do remember that at some point. I remember hearing that. It's so out there. But I just hope I will definitely have a good time. I just hope I don't get a hit a lot on that last part and see how I do. Now that's weird though. You always see, what is it? Not Laura, but Alicia. You don't see the other guy. It's weird that.
Sorry, what?
Who is it? Barry? You don't see Barry. I don't think.
Oh, you mean the pizza guy?
Yeah,
Oh, it's Eddie.
Eddie. You don't. We don't
I'm
see.
very curious how he looks.
That's gonna be weird. Vic, please change his dialogue a little bit, please.
No, please don't change the pizza line. Although I can tell they changed the Angela line in the graveyard. No, that line delivery is really something. But, remember, James is like, I'm a little lost, and she's like, lost?
Yeah. Hopefully it wouldn't be too bad, though. That it sounds like they're trying to make it more difficult than the original.
It definitely looks more difficult. Silent Hill 2 was the easiest game of the quadrilogy. Well, maybe that's a little bit debatable. 1 is pretty damn easy too.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, but 1 has tank controls. Nope, 2 is easiest.
So you can turn the tank controls off.
No, you can't. Well, 2 is that's just gonna be a behind the shoulder camera now. Normal controls. Although the original games were very well known for the camera angles. They were very deliberate. It's video game cinematography.
Mm-hmm. How they're going to tackle this in remake?
They're not.
No.
They're not. Though, to make up for it, they're expanding the maps and making more places explorable. Like, when you have a fixed camera angle, you can only go in certain directions. You can only see what they want you to see.
No, that's true.
Okay, made it to Kara Norvent.
Okay, I better call it a night here before I go too crazy on my sleep. So, but I'll talk a little bit more what's going on Friday. So, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, later.
Well, folks, I think that's going to be about it for Destiny 2. I know it kind of sucks that I had to wait a bit to actually start playing, but oh well. It's launch day, and I can't really deal with anything about it. So, oh well. But, like I said earlier, tomorrow, played some MK1 tomorrow. Most week, I'm gonna be looking at Homelander and possibly Ermac tomorrow. So, see how that goes. And that'll be happening around 8 p.m. So, but anyways, if you do want to see some more Destiny content here on the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. And if you just want to hear me chill out while I'm orbit talking to someone, please do leave a like and share your comments down below. And if you want to, please do share the stream with your friends and your family. And if you do want to see me live, hit the notification on the side. And I will see you guys tomorrow with MK1. So, see ya.